What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, February 24th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, a brutal loss for the Texas men's basketball team. Our changes on the horizon. Plus, Texas baseball pulls out the brooms against Dartmouth. Texas swimming and diving pulls out the brooms in the SEC championships. We've got some Texas softball to get into. We've got Austin FC winning its first game of the 2025 season. A little Longhorn football to discuss. The NFL Combine coming up this week. Kim Mulkey going viral again. And, plenty more fun to be had between now and 9 o'clock right here on TSU. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Hope you had a great weekend, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself, man? It is absolutely going to be a gorgeous week coming up. We needed this weather. We needed to get a little bit of cold in us, which we got. It seemed like it was a month, but it was only about a week and a half of some cold weather. But now we'll be back. We'll be in the 70s. I think maybe even starting today, the high 60s. But for the rest of the week, we get warmer and warmer as the week goes on. So it's that time. Kiss good winter goodbye. You know, we'll get some 40s here and there out of nowhere, but we're not getting into the 30s and 20s, I don't believe anymore. That's done with. So I've uncovered everything, so I'm ready to roll. I'm ready for springtime. This dead grass out front, I need to see some green here shortly.
I think you're about to.
Yeah, I think so too. I gave you a little sprinkle of water on Saturday, not much, but it rained. I didn't get my tarps off until absolutely Sunday morning. I waited, and it wasn't cold enough to freeze on Saturday. I should have let them get some of that, get rain, but I didn't do it. So hopefully we get some rain sometime this week. So we still need rain. We don't need freezing rain. We just need rain. And I think we'll get it.
Yeah, seems like the temperatures have warmed up.
Oh, man.
Supposed to be in the 70s all week long. Even though it's not officially spring, it's going to start feeling like spring here around Central Texas, which I don't think too many people are going to complain about after last week.
Oh, last week was winter.
Yeah.
It truly was winter, and that's okay. We could, like I said, we could use it, but it's all right. That groundhog, he's not going to give us 6 weeks of winter. We're not buying into that.
He gave us a couple of weeks, but piece of shit Phil is still a piece of shit, and he's never right on his prediction. So I don't know why people keep giving that guy the time of day or the time of year.
They're getting it back there. They can have it. They can have all that winter. They can have all the winter they want. They don't get spring anyway until after freaking April. So it really doesn't matter. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do to you, to your families. We appreciate your families sharing you with all of us. And do be safe out there, please.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Plenty of sports to get into over the next couple of hours. We'll have a lot of fun as well, but I think we've got to open up with the disaster that took place in Columbia, South Carolina on Saturday night, where the Texas men's basketball team did something that no other SEC team has done all season long, and that's lose to South Carolina. The Gamecocks entered the weekend 0-13 in conference play, and Texas went on the road. Not only did they lose to South Carolina, they got blown out by the Gamecocks. 84-69, the final score. Texas was down by 18 at halftime. The game was really over then. The Cocks pushed it to as much as 22 in the second half, and Texas really never got within shouting distance after that. So it wasn't a must win for Texas, but Buck, it was a hate to lose, and there aren't very many bad losses in this conference this year, considering how historically good it's been. That's a bad loss, and that one came at a horrible time for Rodney Terry and this Texas team.
Yeah, it was a loss. South Carolina's played some really close games. They just don't have the firepower at the end to sustain, in close games where they pull it out. They didn't have to sustain anything. They just had to be physical with Texas, and they were going to win that game. And they were more than physical. They threw them all over that court from beginning to the very end. It was a physical mismatch for the Longhorns. It really, really was. And I came out of that game, I told you before we started, I came out of that game thinking there was only one player on the Texas basketball team that could play with that group right there, and that's Trey Johnson. The rest of them, they'd have a hard time making the top 5 South Carolina players that I saw on the court for South Carolina. They're not great players, but you know what they are? They are scrappy, and they are physical. They will – boy, and that group didn't hit three-point shots like they did in that game, but Texas let them shoot. Nobody had a hand in their face. They kept thinking that eventually they would miss. Well, hell, I thought eventually that South Carolina was going to start missing some shots. They didn't. But the ones that they did miss, they got the rebounds too. I mean, they were so physical. They threw that kid Shedrick. That guy was thrown all over the place like a rag doll. And there was nobody else. There was nobody else with him. There was not another physical player, or at least acted physical, on the Texas basketball team.
Yeah, I mean, Texas got bullied. There's no way around it, especially in the first half, right? I mean, they were pretty competitive in the second half, but when you spot the other team an 18-point lead, then it doesn't matter if you play right with them in the second half. The game's already over. I mean, Texas, they couldn't match the physicality of South Carolina.
No.
They got out-rebounded by 6 in the first half. The Gamecocks shot twice as many free throws as the Longhorns did in the first half. Felt like they were quicker to every single loose ball.
Yeah,
and Texas offensively just couldn't get anything going. Like, they couldn't get separation. They couldn't get clean looks. They struggle running an offense against non-physical teams, but they couldn't run any semblance of a half-court offense against South Carolina. It took Texas 11 minutes to get 10 points in the game. They had 7 points with 9 minutes to go in the first half. And it's like, you guys realize who you're playing, right? Like, this is
the worst team.
The worst team. Everybody else had at least 3 wins in the SEC before Saturday. South Carolina had 0. So not only were they the worst team, they are the worst team by far. And they lost to the second worst team, LSU, by double digits a week and a half ago. Like, they were playing bad. They weren't getting any better. And they were clearly the worst team in this league. And you just, it was a night game, right? Maybe you'd understand it if it's an 11 a.m. tip and you're like a little sluggish out of the gate. That was 7:30 Central Time, and Texas just wasn't awake. Like, they didn't have the energy that they needed to have. And, South Carolina's desperate to try to win one game. You got to match that. It's late February. You're playing for your NCAA tournament lives. I don't understand how you can look that sluggish from the opening tip in a game that, again, not technically a must-win, but a really, really important game for your team. I don't know how that's the effort you can give early on.
Well, if it's not this coach, the next coach will have to understand that you better have some physical, athletic players. You got to have a couple sharpshooters, which you'll have 1 or 2 of those. But your other players, I don't care what position they play on the basketball court, have to be physical. The SEC has physical players everywhere. Their guards are physical. Their forwards are physical. I mean, everybody goes to the boards in this conference. They'll fast break and they'll get back on defense. But what they do, they make sure they secure the boards offensively and defensively first. First thing is to get the ball before you break. And when that ball is loose, the SEC guys, they're all scrambling for the ball. And Texas looks a step slower. They don't look near as physical as anybody that they played against, except for Kentucky that night. And as you said, Kentucky was missing a bunch of guys on their team the night that Texas played them. Or I don't know what that would have looked like,
It's crazy to me that in a game as important as that one was, that's the type of performance you get from Texas.
And the worst team in the conference, you only have one player that probably could start in their front 5, because there are other guys. There's nobody else on that Texas team that I would have taken over the Carolina guys that I was watching. I'm like, not on this given night there wasn't, except for Trey Johnson. He was the only guy. I'm like, the rest of them, you could keep them.
Yeah, Trey Johnson had 29 for Texas. He had another great game, but nobody else had more than 9 for Texas. So man. Johnson, the only Longhorn in double figures. Arthur Kaluma did come back from his injury, but he came off the bench, and he didn't look the same. No. Played just 20 minutes, fouled out in his 20 minutes of work on Saturday. And, Tremont Mark, who had put together a nice 2 or 3 game stretch, where he was living up to the billing after transferring in from Arkansas. He really struggled on Saturday night. I mean, everybody in Texas was in foul trouble, it felt like, pretty much from the opening tip. South Carolina shot 45 free throws, excuse me. The refs had zero control over the game. I'm not blaming the refs for why Texas lost, but it was a tough one to try to watch on Saturday. The game just wouldn't end because the refs wouldn't stop blowing the whistle on everything. But yeah, it was Trey Johnson, and to win on the road in this league, even against the worst team, you can't have just one guy show up. And that's what it was for Texas. They had one guy offensively show up, and that's why you get blown out by South Carolina.
This team can't beat teams like Mississippi State, who is a physical group. They can't do that. They're going to be in a dogfight at home against Georgia. That's going to be almost like a toss-up. They may be able to beat Oklahoma, but now Oklahoma's winning a couple games now, all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, it's 4 games left in the regular season for Texas, and then they'll have the conference tournament. But this Wednesday, they'll be on the road at Arkansas. That's the first of them.
Yeah, I don't think they'd win that.
Arkansas came into Austin a few weeks ago and beat up on Texas pretty good. Arkansas has turned the corner a little bit. And you talk about desperation. Arkansas and Texas have the same record right now. They're both 16-11. Both teams are playing for a spot in the NCAA tournament. Arkansas coming off of a nice home win against Mizzou on Saturday night. Yeah. So they're going to be desperate. They're going to be having a lot to play for. And, that fan base hates Texas. So that's going to be a raucous crowd, a lot more of a ruckus crowd than Colonial Life Arena. I mean, you could hear individual people in that South Carolina crowd on Saturday. It wasn't like some hostile environment that, oh, man, they were just pumped up to play Texas. No, there's nobody there on Saturday. You're going to have to play in a tough atmosphere on Wednesday, against Arkansas. So you've got that game. Then you've got Georgia at home on Saturday. And then, like you said, a trip to Mississippi State and then a home game against Oklahoma to wrap up the season. So only one of those teams is ranked, Buck, but 3 of those 4 teams are fighting for their tournament lives right now. Mississippi State's a lock. They're in. They're the ranked team. But Arkansas and Georgia and Oklahoma are all teams squarely on the bubble with Texas. They've got a lot to play for. They're going to be bringing the effort. If that's the Texas effort we get in those 3 games, then we'll see you in the NIT, Buck.
Yeah, they need to get 2 of the 4. I don't know. Is it 2 or 3?
I think to feel great, they need 3. I think the way things are unfolding around them, 2 at minimum gives them a shot to make it. But 1 and 3, obviously 0 and 4 means.
Yeah, I look at them as being the best they can do is 2 and 2. That's the best, I feel like.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against that, right? I mean, could they beat? I don't think they can beat Mississippi State on the road.
No. And I don't think they're going to beat Arkansas on the road. So they got to win those other 2.
Yeah, I think that's how Vegas sees it, right? My guess is Texas will be favored in their 2 home games.
Yes.
And they will be underdogs in the 2 road games that they have left. So if they just do what Vegas says, could that be enough? Maybe. Maybe they would need a win in the SEC tournament to get in. Or maybe that just puts them in Dayton in those first 4 games.
Well, it gets them an opportunity to play somebody out of this conference if they can get to the tournament and get out of this conference and not have these guys that beat them up, half football player, half basketball player, because this team is a fancy dancy guys that want to shoot. Hopefully they're hot that night because they're not going to out rebound anybody. They're not going to out muscle anybody. And if they end up playing, they're not going far in their conference tournament because they've got to see those same guys that beat them up all the time.
No, but it's like, maybe getting a win in the tournament gets them into the real tournament. And is that possible? Yeah, we'll obviously have to see how the bracket shakes out in a couple of weeks. But they've got work to be done. Right now, it's funny. Like, Texas is still in the tournament. There are a lot of people who are just kind of giving up on the season after Saturday night. And look, Saturday night was incredibly frustrating. But if the season ended today, I do believe the Longhorns would still be in the dance. And most of the bracketologists out there agree with me. Now, they are very close to being out, and that could all change over these last 2 weeks of the regular season. But they still have a chance to get in despite that embarrassing loss on Saturday. But like you said, I mean, if they continue to stub their toe down the stretch, then they won't make the tournament. And that just can't happen. like South Carolina's really bad. They're poorly coached. They're making some dumbass mistakes on Saturday. I don't know why I watched that game for all 40 minutes, but like they just were trying to give Texas a chance by some of the mistakes that they made. Their best player, Colin Morey Boyles, who looked like a bowling ball for most of the night, he fouls out with 5 minutes to go. And South Carolina looks stupid, and their coach is taking timeouts because he doesn't trust them to get across half court. That's a bad team. They didn't even play that great on Saturday. It's not like they had an otherworldly performance and they beat you and it's you tip your cap. It's no, you stoop down to their level and then went 2 levels below them. Like they're bad and they still beat your ass in a game that was really important.
That's not a good team. But once again, they've been in some close games. They fight hard because
that wasn't a close game.
Oh no, this one wasn't a close. I mean, South Carolina's been in some close games. They battle hard, BK. They'll fight to they can't shoot or their guards will throw the ball away. They turn the ball over and just give you the ball. Like you said, they couldn't even get it up half court, but they'll do that. But they'll fight and battle you. And in this conference, if you can rebound and get some putbacks, Texas never gets any putbacks. The ball never goes back. Once it goes off the rim, you can be assured that it's going the other way. They don't battle anybody. And as I said, Caden Shedrick, that's the best. That dude, that we've seen the best of him. It doesn't get any better. He doesn't get any stronger as the season goes on. He had a little stretch there. He'll make some plays here or there. But when it comes up to physicality, when they get him in that low post or when those big guys gets them in there, it's over with.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they dip his shoulder in his chest and he's up in row 3. Or he's back where he's back there where the cheerleaders are. It's just, and he can't help it. He just can't get that kind of strength. It's just not going to come to him.
No,
but
he's the best big option they have.
The other guys, I guess he must have thought that Clark Kent kid was going to be a physical predator. That guy, that ball's dribbled off his knee. He can't handle the ball. It's just they don't have any talented players.
No.
Yeah, I don't know how it came out that this was a talented group of players. Because they did well at other plays. They just didn't play well together. They don't play well together.
Yeah, I thought it was a talented group just based on what guys had done at other places. But it doesn't matter what you do at other places. It matters what you do here. And a lot of that's on coaching. There are plenty of coaches around college basketball who can get new rosters every single season and have success. But it's not easy to do.
No.
And it hasn't been easy for Rodney Terry to do at all. I mean, it's a talented group. You're talking about Trey Johnson, the top 5 recruit in the country. You're talking about Tremont Mark, who averaged 16 a game in this conference last year. Arthur Kaluma's been a winning player at 2 different stops at Creighton and Kansas State. Jordan Pope averaged 17 a game in a power conference last year. Like these are guys who clearly aren't terrible players, but they just haven't meshed. They haven't gelled at Texas. And this team's getting worse. Like this is the time you're supposed to be playing your best basketball. And it's kind of been a calling card for Rodney Terry's teams, not just at Texas, but dating back to his previous stops. His teams usually play better this time of the year going into conference tournaments and NCAA tournaments. And this team is going in the wrong direction right now. So I just, there's not a lot of things you could point to for confidence that this thing's going to turn around this year. And
I don't feel it. I don't feel it when they have a little adversity that things will change. They'll all of a sudden pick up the pace. They'll get close, but they won't win. You know what I mean? They'll get close, but they won't win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to win at least 2 of these last 4 games. I don't think they're just going to completely sputter down the stretch here. But, bigger picture, Buck, to me, I tweeted this out on Saturday after the game. That felt like Rodney Terry's Abilene Christian moment. Like, it's a little bit different. It's a lot a bit different because when Shaka Smart lost to Abilene Christian, that was in the NCAA tournament. That was the final game of the year. There was no time for him to turn things around. But that game was like, you kind of knew it was over after that. The Saturday night's game, you lose to this South Carolina team, kind of feels like it's over for Rodney Terry. Now, the luxury RT gets that Shaka didn't get is there's time. There's 4 games left. You can figure it out. You can go on a little bit of a run. The season's not completely done. But, man, this thing is just going in the wrong direction. Not just this season, but the entire RT era. Like, the interim year, Texas goes to the Elite Eight. Last year, they go to the round of 32. And this year, they're fighting to make the NCAA tournament. That's going backwards, isn't it?
It is to me.
I mean, it's
I don't, there's nothing I don't see the one kid who's the bright spot is a kid that's not going to be here after this year. You don't have to worry about the future because he's going to be gone. He's gotten better. I'll say this: he's gotten better as a physical player. He's going to the free throw line, and I mean, I didn't know if he was just going to be a jump shooter and not want the physicality. But over the last 5 or 6 games, that dude is going to that free throw line and getting his freebies. He's putting points on the board, and he's sacrificing his body doing it. I mean, he's hitting the ground, he's getting knocked over. I mean, he is what he is, but at least he gives me some effort that, okay, well, you're not going to make every shot, but do me a favor, at least get fouled. Give me that kind of effort where you go to the free throw line, because then it's automatic. He makes his. I mean, I don't see guys getting to the free throw. I don't see the other guys, the herky-jerky lefty went back to his self again, being herky-jerky all over the place, not being smooth in that game. Trey Johnson needed the help of that guy. And it's South Carolina. You're not supposed to need that much help. But you can't
have one guy. I mean, you can't have one guy show up against a high school team.
No, you can't have one guy. And they have one dude. The rest of them didn't show up.
No, it just can't happen. And this thing's going in the wrong direction. I get it. RT signed a 5-year contract after his interim run to the Elite Eight. This is only year 2. So I understand the thought of wanting to give the guy more time. But this thing is going the wrong way. And there's nothing I can point to that gives me confidence that it's going to be turned around. Because you're right. You lose Trey Johnson. I mean, you're losing basically this entire team. Like Caden Shedrick's gone after this year. Tremont Mark's gone after this year. Jordan Pope's gone after this year. Arthur Kaluma's gone after this year. So you're going to have to rebuild your entire roster, which is basically what you had to do last year. And it's not working this year. And by the way, you're not going to have a Trey Johnson.
Yeah,
exactly.
Trey Johnson, you're right.
Like, you've got one player signed in this class who's not nearly as good as Trey Johnson. So the only good thing that you have going for you right now is gone. You're going to have to replace like 7 or 8 of your top guys. I mean, I'm looking at the dudes who are coming back, like Devon Pryor, Zarek Onyema. I think those are the 2 guys who played on Saturday who have eligibility beyond this season. You're not building a good roster around those 2 guys. No offense to those 2 guys. So they're like this would be the time to almost have a clean break. So you don't have to worry about guys hitting the portal or a bunch of recruits leaving because you make a change at head coach. Like, you've got to basically rebuild a roster anyways. To me, it's looking like you should rebuild it with a new coach.
Well, yeah, and you need to get a coach that has some ties to some players that they can bring in, because you're going to have to bring in real live players. Now you know after year 1 what you need in the SEC. It's very similar to what you need football-wise. You better be physical, and you better be physical a lot, because you got a whole season of physical teams, that may not have great players, but boy, can they can wear you down.
Yeah, and I don't know if the SEC is always going to be this good, but there's a good chance it's going to remain the best conference in college basketball in the future. I mean, just every other sport you look at, the SEC is the best. So it almost felt like a matter of time before they caught up to men's basketball. This conference isn't going anywhere. And you look around campus, you feel like you have coaches in place that let you compete at the highest level in the toughest league. Men's basketball, you don't have that. So, if Rodney Terry does stick around, to me, it's a message that this school doesn't care that much about men's basketball, which some people are fine with that. Like, I understand that men's basketball is the 3rd of the big 3 at Texas. I understand there are people who would put volleyball and swimming and diving and a few other sports at men's basketball as well. Like, I don't want to just have one sport suck, especially a sport as big and important as men's college basketball. So I don't think CDC feels that way either. I don't think he's going to be like, football's making money and Schloss is with baseball and we're really good at everything else. We can give RT some time here to try to figure it out in basketball, and let's not pay this buyout to find somebody else because everything else is working.
What is the length of time? Are you just saying if they don't make it to the tournament, do they have to win 2 games in the tournament? Because I don't see this group winning 2 games in the tournament, even if they make it.
Yeah, I mean,
that is going to be hard.
That's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, maybe the argument could be made if Texas gets back to the round of 32, then okay, you give RT a 3rd full season and a 4th year in Austin, because that's still winning tournament games, right? Shaka Smart got 6 years here, didn't win a single tournament game. Now, it's a different AD for most of that. I don't think CDC has the patience that the Steve Patterson, Mike Perrin
No.
era had. And I know Del Conte was there towards the end of Shaka, but he walked into that versus this being a hire that he made. So yeah, I mean, maybe you make the case if RT wins 8 tournament game, they'll give him another year. But dude, this thing again, it's just going in the wrong direction. Like you look at every other sport on campus and it feels like stuff is trending up. There's no argument you can make that Texas men's basketball is trending up right now. And
Yeah,
again,
I mean, CB is right. I said nobody cares about men's basketball here. I've said that for years, and we'll find out. Really, I think we'll find out shortly how that is.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
during
you say that. Go look at Twitter on Saturday night. Hell, we tweeted out something.
Hell, shit. Anybody wants to get on social media will get on and talk about the game if they saw it.
Right.
I don't know if they really, really care. I know how much they care about. Hell, I know they care about women's basketball now.
Right. Well, I think if they care about men's basketball, if it was worth caring about, and some fans, you and I included, like we're gonna watch every single game, but I can't get too mad at a fan for kind of checking out on this Texas basketball team. I mean, I'm sure there was somebody who turned the game on 20 minutes in and saw Texas was down 15 to an 0-13 South Carolina team, and they're like, I'm not watching this. Why would I watch this? Saturday night. I got plenty of other things I can watch, plenty of other things I could do with my life. I don't think CDC wants that type of lethargy towards the program.
Yeah.
Because it sure, like, people don't care. That's bad. People would care if they're good. People really cared when Texas basketball was good. They don't care because the team sucks. I don't think that's what Chris Del Conte is looking for. Everything else is good. People don't care about basketball right now. Let's also not care about basketball.
Well, I don't think. Well, you can't go into a new conference and not care
No.
about. You can't go into not just a new conference, but the best conference and not give a damn about your basketball program. You're not going to let your program just disappear and become South Carolina. Well, hell, you're not as good as South Carolina. I mean, that wasn't even close. You weren't even close to that group.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're getting embarrassed by a team that hadn't beaten anybody. Like losing by 1 would have hurt, and we'd be having similar conversations this morning. But you lose by 15 to that team, it can't happen. So it might not feel fair.
It started out there. It's just started that way from the get-go, with them throwing your guys all over the court, pushing them everywhere, moving them off the block, getting post position on your one big man. I mean, these are things that before the season started, we knew was a problem with the basketball team. They just didn't have any height and they didn't have any strength. But okay, if we know it, I would think the basketball coach would know it and the basketball staff would know it. You better go find somebody. You better not come up empty-handed, or this is what you're going to get at this time of the year. Now you're fighting for your lives to get into it.
Yeah, and here's a good point, too, from Steven, talking about what you brought up. NIL matters a lot. And Texas is going to have to rebuild its roster almost from scratch this offseason.
Yes.
To build a competitive roster in today's college basketball, you've got to have money to get the players. You need to be successful. And if the big money donors at the University of Texas are like, yeah, I'll donate, but give it to Sark. Or I'll donate, but give it to Vic Schaefer. Or I'll donate, but give it to Schloss. Like, I don't know how much money is coming into this Texas basketball program right now to give Rodney Terry the tools that he will need to build a competitive roster that's going to be better than the one he's got this year.
You're in a state that has great high school basketball players too. Are any of those? I don't hear any of those kids on any of the list of Texas. Are there the top 15 players in the state of Texas even on the list for Texas that they're interested? Once again, it's like football. They got to come on your campus, don't they? Well, not in basketball, they don't. In football, they do, but in basketball, that's not always been the case. But at least 1 or 2 of them, I don't even hear about any of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got guys in the class of 2026 who are interested in taking visits and this, that, and the other. But the class of 2025 is the one that just wrapped up. That's for next season, and they've got 1 player signed, John Clark, who's an out-of-state kid. And he's a 4-star. He's the 74th ranked player in the country. So not Trey Johnson. And
Yeah,
again, you're losing like 7 or 8 of your biggest contributors from this year's team. And for some, it's like, well, this year's team's not good. It's not a big deal that we're losing those guys, but who are you going to replace them with? I mean,
that's true.
I don't know if you could put together a roster on paper that's as good as this year's roster was. And look what this year's team is doing right now. So to me, it's you rip the Band-Aid off. Again, Rodney Terry's not done. He's got a chance to prove a lot of people wrong and go on a little bit of a run here. But if we're speaking realistically here, it ain't going to happen. And a program turnaround is not going to happen because this thing is like the more power and control Rodney Terry has gotten over this team, the further we've distanced ourselves from the Chris Beard era, the worse this thing has got. So it's not, I don't want to say it's not difficult, but it's a lot less difficult to win with a team that's already in place for you when you take over. A big part of being a college basketball coach, big part of being a college coach is you got to bring in the guys to have a consistent winner. And Rodney Terry has not brought in the right guys to have a winning team right now.
Yeah, you know, eventually you have to have a structure and a philosophy of what you stand for. I mean, this is just a one-man show. That's all it is. That's the one kid is just bringing people to the arena. They're coming to see him. They're not coming to see the rest of the basketball team. They're coming to see what Trey Johnson's going to do on these given nights. If he wasn't there, nobody's coming. You know,
No.
You got 6,000 showing up at that arena, that beautiful place, because there's nothing else to see. There's nothing else to look at on that team.
I wonder what the crowd looks like. Like if Texas loses to Arkansas on Wednesday, that's a road game.
Mm-hmm.
What does the crowd against Georgia look like on Saturday? Right? I mean, it is a Saturday, so that will help. But is that place half full? If Texas drops to 5-10 in SEC play and looks like they're on the outside looking in for the tournament, what kind of crowd shows up for these last 2 home games?
Yeah, well, and that's the if you lose to Arkansas, you can't lose to Georgia because that's the true dagger right there. Because Georgia is kind of middle of the pack of what they do, but it's a group that if you don't have it together, they'll fight and they'll fight hard again. It's one of those kind of teams again that'll fight hard. They'll be right at you. And a team like Texas can lose. If you can lose to South Carolina, you can lose to anybody.
Of course. Yeah, for the first time, I spent some time looking at coaching candidates this weekend. It's like that's where my mind is gone right now. Like I tried to put that off as much as I could.
Who's next?
Yeah, I tried to put that off as much as I could. Like I want to give Rodney Terry plenty of time to figure this thing out. But to me, the writing is on the wall that he's not the guy. Like he lucked into this situation. He did a great job with that Elite Eight team in 2022, but like he's not the guy. This job's too big for him, and ready for a change. So there's some big names out there. CDC is a giant hunter when it comes to head coaches. Don't sell yourself short, Longhorn fans. There's a lot of people who are like, well, who are we going to get that's better? There's a lot of names out there that Texas could get.
Yeah,
it's better than what they've got going on right now. So aim high. We'll talk about some of those names a little bit later today. And obviously we might have to talk about those a lot more in the weeks to come. But brutal loss for Texas. They fall on the road at South Carolina, 84-69. The first conference win of the season for the Gamecocks. Texas falls to 5-9 in SEC play, meaning they've got to win all 4 of their remaining games to finish 500 in the league. More likely than not, they're going to have a losing record in their first season in the SEC. And I don't think any other sport on campus can stake claim to that.
No.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. More positive news from the 40 acres. We'll get to those stories in a second. But first, how about some sponsor shout-outs, Buck?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle. And my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is to live wellness. And folks, they've got everything that you need. Zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic mattresses, pillows. They have all the accessories that you need. And if you've got a lumbar area, that lower back has really been bothering you for years, don't let that continue. Go over to Relax the Back and let Jason and the gang over there figure out a chair that's going to really make you comfortable. When you sit at home and you sit at your office, you got an office at your home, you want to be in a chair, not just any chair. You want a chair that's going to really help you out, just not make it look good, but you want a chair that makes your body feel good. And I'm in one. I've been in one for 20 years, and they've got those at Relax the Back. And if you care about yourself and you care about others around you who complain about, well, if they're having thoracic problems, shoulder problems, tell them to go over to Relax the Back. Check out a chair that may help you out. You don't want to have a bad back. That is like the last thing you want, is to have a bad back. That has everything to do with everything in your body. They've got 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to them. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes as well. If you want to upgrade your home here in 2025, our buddy Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes can hook you up. If you want to remodel a kitchen, remodel a bathroom, maybe add some new life to your outdoor space. The weather's starting to warm up. It should be beautiful here in Central Texas over the next couple of weeks. If you want to add some life to your patio, you could do that with McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators, and they've been that here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. They're not a fly-by-night company that started in California or Florida. No, they started here, and they have stayed here for 4 decades. Go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects they've done over the years. Get some ideas for your home, and then reach out to them today. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. That's the website. You can get a bunch more information there, and you can contact them directly right from that site. Our buddy Mike and his great team will take care of you. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Okay, when I went into my rehab session, 24 years of being sober, I was always watching. Someone's just saying right now, I'm tired of hitting rock bottom before a coaching search happens. I mean, I used to say to those kids, young kids in the program that I was in for 6 weeks used to tell me, have you hit rock bottom yet? And I'm like, no, what the hell do I want to hit rock bottom for? If I get a chance to pull myself out of the bullshit, why would you want to hit rock? Why do you want to see what rock bottom's like? Maybe you can't come back from rock bottom. Do you ever think of the fact that if you get down there may not be a way to get out? Now, all the people around you may be able to help you and want to help you, but you may not be able to get there. And I told him, I said, you don't want to hit rock bottom. If you have an opportunity to pull your ass right out of the gutter and you can, do it now. Rock bottom is not a place that you want to see.
And
but
Texas,
I young kid said, and someone named Jonathan is putting it in the same way. Why do you have to hit rock bottom and then build up your program again? Why? I mean,
no. Yeah, Jonathan is arguing that this is rock bottom. No, this is not rock bottom.
No.
Now, I'm worried if you bring Rodney Terry back next year, you'll find out what rock bottom is. Yeah. Like South Carolina's rock bottom. Going 1-13 in your conference is rock bottom. Losing to a 1-13 doesn't feel great. I'm not arguing that it's good at all, but you're not at rock bottom. You might make the NCAA tournament this year.
Right.
Like, if the season ended today, you'd be in the tournament this year. You can't call that rock bottom, but I think what you said is perfectly said. You don't want to find what rock bottom is like. And if you bring Rodney Terry back, again, this thing is trending in the wrong direction. You're losing by far and away your best player and the only guy who's showing up every night right now. You're also losing like 7 or 8 other key guys from this year's team.
We haven't done that much anyway, and those guys haven't done anything. You haven't got them to a point where they're doing anything.
Yeah, you might find rock bottom next year if you run this back. Like, no guarantee a new coach comes in here and turns it around right away. Right. But I think there's a better chance of that happening than doing the same thing with Rodney Terry and expecting a different result. Yeah, rock bottom is 5-7 in football, and Texas did that a couple of times. Like, it ain't making the tournament. It's missing the
rock bottom before.
Yeah, it's missing the bowl game when you're Longhorn football. Being a 10 seed in the NCAA tournament for Texas men's basketball isn't rock bottom. That's for Kansas. It might be. For Texas men's basketball, it ain't.
But it's a start.
It's you're going towards there.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be out at the bar too many more nights at 4 in the morning. And you get real close to that rock bottom stuff right there.
It's tough. It's a tough situation. I don't see the players that can pull you out except for that one kid. I mean, and he has to pull everybody along with him. And he doesn't have that kind of maturity to pull everybody with him. The only way he can pull them with him is he scores 25, 29, 30 points a game. That's his way of doing it. He mentally can't pull them. He can't pull them out. They don't follow him.
That's not his job.
No, it's not his job. I mean, there are stars. I mean, that kid Flag pulls everybody with him. That guy brings that. I mean, they're a talented. Duke is a talented basketball
Yeah.
team. They're not scrubby guys around him. They are all Americans and everything else. But that guy pulls them all with him. He just does. He opens it up for everybody.
I have nothing bad. I have nothing bad to say about Trey Johnson right now. I don't know. He's been the only thing this team has had for like 3 weeks. He's already carrying a huge load, leading the best conference in scoring this year. I'm not going to say like he's not doing a good enough job of making all of these guys who are older than him play better and the coaches coach better. I'm not saying
he has to make them better. I'm just saying he's not. That's not him. That's not what I said he's a young guy. He's not. This is kind of hard on him. If this dude was staying for 3 years or 2 years, that'd be different. But he's not. He's gone. You're about to replace him, and now what are you going to do? You can't overlook that fact that dude's not coming back.
That's right. Right. No chance. No chance he's walking back into this mess. You've got Cooper Flagg, and Cooper Flagg's an idiot for thinking this, and I don't think he's dumb enough to actually do this. But Cooper Flagg has been like, man, I'm actually thinking about coming back to Duke for another year. And it's like, oh, he shouldn't. But they got a good culture there. They've got a good coach there. Like Trey Johnson's not thinking, no, I might come back to this. I'm having a lot of fun here in Austin.
I can get better. He's not thinking he can get better.
Yeah, Cooper Flagg's a lock to be the number 1 pick. All right, Trey Johnson is fighting to be a top 5 pick. He'll be a lottery pick, but like he's not on the level of Cooper Flagg as an NBA prospect. And Cooper Flagg is like, this is a good situation. I'm having a good time here. I'm at least thinking about coming back for one more season. If you gave truth serum to Trey Johnson and asked him, hey, you thinking about a year 2 in Austin?
Hell no. What are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's the answer you would get from him right now. You don't want any part of this. I don't blame him because nobody else does either. Hey, the Texas women's team is probably going to be ranked number 1 in the new AP poll. They didn't even play last week, but there was one team ranked ahead of them, Notre Dame, and they lost yesterday. So Texas by default might and should jump up to the number 1 spot in the country. The women's basketball team back at it tonight on the road at Georgia. Georgia stinks. They're 10-17 this season. This is one Texas should win. And the women's team has 3 regular season games left. If they win all 3, they will, at worst, share the SEC regular season crown.
Nice.
So congrats to Vic Schaefer and company. Again, no games to talk about yet because Texas hasn't played since beating your girl, Kim Mulkey, and LSU last Sunday. They had the full week off. They're on the road at 6 o'clock tonight on the SEC Network taking on
monster
Georgia.
Accomplishment.
Yeah, beating Kim Mulkey. Oh, your girl went viral again. I got to show you this. This is awesome work by the SEC Network. So the LSU women's team was...
the cameras off of her. What are they doing?
But what do you mean keep the cameras off of her? You love seeing her. I thought you want more airtime for Mulkey.
She's a private person.
It's your crush. You want to see her privates.
I want to see her privately.
Okay, privately, not on camera. Well, you missed your opportunity to do that because you bailed on the Texas LSU game here in Austin last weekend. But LSU was playing Kentucky yesterday. They did win, a nice road win for the Bayou Bengals. And you've got one of the best camera pans of all time from the SEC Network. You see at the start of this clip, Kentucky hits a shot, and they pan over to Kim Mulkey on the sideline, and she does not look thrilled. Check this thing out. Nice ball movement there, bucket for Kentucky, and there's Kim. How about that? How about that stare down right there? Are you kidding me? You sure you want to be a part of this? I mean, look at that face.
You are so frightened of that.
Yeah.
She was a little girl at one time. Just a little girl with her thumb in her mouth. Think about it.
Why is that the thought that turns you on with Kim Mulkey?
Because that thought of that right there is scary.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yes, it is kind of scary.
I mean, could you imagine you're just walking late at night, you're just walking around downtown Austin. You're by yourself. You're having a good time. And then all of a sudden you look up and you see that face.
No, I can't even imagine if you got into the Uber car and that was the driver. She looked around and you saw that. Would you get out? Would you
Yeah.
get out? Huh?
That's like the movie Get Out right there.
Would you get out of a cab if she was your driver and you saw her turn around to you? Where do you want to go? Would you get out?
Yes.
Come on, man.
But I couldn't because the doors would already be locked and she'd be speeding away.
She would be slashing you by then.
Oh, I'd be cooked. Yeah, I'd be texting my loved ones that I love them, and that would be the end of it for me.
She is such a fierce competitor. Look at her. That's steamy right there. Anybody doesn't think that's steamy? That's steamy right there. That's it. You put your arms around her and just look her right in the eye.
I'm not touching that.
And say it's on.
I'm not touching that. Oh, it's on?
Yes.
Oh, that's the face that turns you on, huh? She gives you that look, and it's like, to the bedroom we go. You know, everyone's got their girl or their guy. They give them that look, and you know it's on. That's the look for Kim Mulkey, huh?
Oh, I just want to brush her hair. I mean, really. Let me brush your hair. Let me pull your hair back. Wow.
You want to brush her hair. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I figured you'd get a kick out of that one. That's an all-time pan. Well done by the SEC Network camera crew.
That's got to be my screensaver.
Yeah, your wife would love that. If you've got a still shot of Kim Mulkey staring at you whenever you open up your phone. Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing right there.
That is a thing. I don't know if I'd call that beautiful. That is a thing. That is a noun, Kim Mulkey.
That is art right there. You people don't understand what art is.
I think they do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I've never understood what art was. If you're telling me that that's art, then I'd really have no idea what art is.
Man.
But I don't think that would qualify as art. So there you go. Texas women's basketball back at it tonight. How about the baseball team? Series sweep over the Nerds from Dartmouth.
Back to Hanover.
Back to Hanover they go. I'll give Dartmouth some credit, man. They were pesky. All three of these games were close. Friday and Saturday were one-run games. Yesterday, the biggest margin of victory, a 4-1 win for Texas. But ultimately, the Longhorns bring out the brooms. They do what they're supposed to do against a school from the Ivy League. And 3 wins. And it's now a 5-game win streak for Texas baseball, Buck. They should be 6-0. They let one slip away in the season opener against Louisville last Friday. But since then, they've been playing some good ball, and they haven't lost.
Scoring some runs, protecting the runs, playing a little bit of defense.
Yeah, the pitching got the job done, right? I mean, Texas only scored 11 runs in these 3 games total, right? They scored 10 against Ole Miss in that run rule last weekend. They scored 14 against Oklahoma State last Sunday. They only scored 11 in the 3 games combined against Dartmouth. So it was more of a pitching weekend than a hitting weekend. But you're right, pitching and defense got it done.
Yes.
And the bullpen is what impressed me the most for this Texas baseball team. Friday, it was Ruger Riojas who got the win in relief, retired the first 8 batters that he faced, got into some serious trouble. Dartmouth, it was a 1-run game in the 8th inning, and Dartmouth had the bases loaded with just 1 out with the chance to tie it, maybe take the lead. Thomas Burns comes in out of the pen. He gets a strikeout, then he gets a fly out to end the threat. And then he retires Dartmouth in order in the 9th inning to get a 5-out save. So it was him on Friday. Saturday was Andre Duplantier, 3 2/3 scoreless out of the pen. He gets his first win of the season. Also, Max Grubbs had a 4-out save. So the Horns were actually down 2-1 in that game. They come back, take a lead, and the bullpen closes the door. And then yesterday's game, a little less stressful. Texas did go down 1-0 early, but they took a lead. And then another guy out of the bullpen, Dylan Volantis this time, 4 1/3 scoreless. His first win as a Longhorn, the freshman from California, looking really good. Retired 12 of the last 13 that he faced in relief of Cade Bing, who did pretty well as the starter yesterday too. So
awesome.
Yeah, that's it for Texas. It was more of a pitching weekend and more of a bullpen weekend. No, Jared Spencer and Luke Harrison weren't bad on Friday or Saturday at all. They weren't quite as effective as they were in Arlington, but it was the bullpen, which is always a question for any team at this time of the year. Do you have enough pitching depth to where if your starter can't get you deep into a game, you could still find a way to get guys out and win. And again, it's against Dartmouth. Texas is going to play teams that are a lot better than that, but a pretty good showing by some of the lesser-known arms in the arm farm.
Well, I mean, you got to find out what you got, and they're finding it out pretty early, which is a good thing. Says you don't put it in her, she puts it in you. Good job there, Patrick, about Kim Mulkey.
Yeah, and you're into that, huh?
No, don't be rude. She's just, she's kind of rough around the edges. But sometimes you need to have it rough. You know what I mean?
You want her to put it in you, is what you're saying.
Oh, my God.
That's what you just insinuated that, did you not?
No, I'm just saying.
You just read the comment and you're like, yeah, she puts it in you. I don't get to put it in her. She puts it in me.
She's a tame little kitty.
Ain't nothing tame about that face, dude.
Somebody says it looks like she just had one of those Angel Reese meals, McDonald meals.
No, eating McDonald's makes you happy. That ain't happy right there. There's nothing happy about what we just saw.
She needs a happy meal. She needs a happy meal, does she?
Yeah, I don't know if that can fix her.
Just a winner. She's just a winner.
No, she couldn't win in Austin last weekend.
No, loser.
Couldn't take care of Vic Schaefer's crew. Vic Schaefer,
got her number now.
I was going to say Vic Schaefer put it in her, but I'm not going to say that. That's not a sports expression.
No.
That one doesn't make any sense. Sorry about that, Coach. You're doing too good of a job to have that thrown on you right there. That's on me.
Yeah, they should be number one. They'll be number one here shortly, won't they?
They will. Yeah, they will today when the new AP poll comes out. Now they'll have to protect it. But again, 3 regular season games left for the women's basketball team. If they win all 3 of those, they're going to stay number 1 going into the SEC tournament, which that's going to be a dogfight right there.
Wow.
I mean, this conference is loaded. Texas is obviously doing a great job. They've lost just 1 game in this league, and they avenged that loss by beating South Carolina here a couple weeks ago. But, yeah, you might have to play like Kentucky, then LSU, then South Carolina, all back to back to back.
Or UConn.
Well, UConn's not in the SEC.
Oh,
so
yeah, thank goodness. But UConn's playing well. UCLA's playing well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the NCAA tournament's going to be a dogfight. And Vic Schaefer's got to the Elite 8 3 times as the Texas coach.
Yes.
This is probably the best team he's ever had. So this feels like his best opportunity to get over that hump and get to a Final Four. But, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy at all. There's some really talented teams at top women's college basketball. And, yeah, I mean, the 1 and the 2 seeds are all really, really good. I think all of them have a shot to win the national championship. And it feels like there's more parity than there has been.
Oh, yeah.
With South Carolina actually losing games, like it kind of feels like the door's open for somebody else this year. And UConn's great, but they're not as dominant as they were in Gino's heyday, so they're gettable. Yeah, it's going to be a fun tournament. It'll be a fun tournament in both men's and women's, right? Because UConn men ain't world beaters this year. They should be on the bubble. They're fine because they're UConn, but they're right now. So the men's team.
Another one yesterday, yes.
Yeah, the men's bracket's going to have a new winner this year. And the women's bracket, look, maybe South Carolina gets it done again, but they're not the clear and obvious favorite like has been the case in the recent past. So, yeah, it'll be fun. March Madness will be good. It's good that the Texas women's team will give the Longhorns something to cheer about. We'll see if the men are a part of the tournament. Saturday didn't look good. So, there you go. There's your Texas baseball, by the way. 5 in a row after their rough season opening loss. They will host the Incarnate Word tomorrow.
There you go.
And then Vegas this weekend.
Vegas, baby.
For another early season tournament. You know who Texas will play on Saturday?
What's that?
Your Mark U.
No.
Yep.
Now we're talking. We're talking some baseball.
Texas and Texas Tech will be one of the 3 games that the Longhorns play in at Las Vegas Ballpark over the weekend.
Early night, early to bed, boys. Get ready.
We'll see if Tech ducks this one because they dunked us in basketball. Let's not forget. They had the chance to play us in basketball, and they lost to St. Joe's at Barclays Center. See if somehow, some way, I don't think they can duck this one. This one's already on the schedule. So
please get them back on the football schedule somehow, please. Let's just do that.
You want another guaranteed win?
Oh, we got to have one of those.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but
Oh, Joey McGuire wants it.
of course he does. Of course they want it, but Big 12 doesn't run through Lubbock, I'm afraid.
Not at all.
All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We've got some NFL Combine to get into. That gets going later this week. Of course, 14 Longhorns will be in Indianapolis, a program record. We'll talk about some of the Longhorns and also Shedeur Sanders announcing that he's not going to work out this week. What does that mean for his chances to be the number one overall pick in the draft? But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. I got to get by there today, see the guys over there. And folks, if you're having that big party, you're still having the parties and March Madness around the corner, and you're having a big office party, call on 34 Wine and Spirits. They're a wholesale deliverer. They can deliver all your alcohol needs to your place. If you're just having your local party, go by the store. As I said, right there on the Southwest Parkway, 4601, right at the end of the Southwest Parkway before you hit Mopac. They've got everything you need. And they also have your Allstat beer available. And they've got it in all brands of Allstat beer at 4601 Southwest Parkway. It is 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. Had me a few Altstats over the
You have somebody trying
weekend.
to watch that basketball game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I had some on Friday night, and I also had some on Saturday nights. I think I switched to liquor pretty early on in that basketball game.
Oh, you went hard stuff quickly?
When you lose to the worst team in the conference, you got to switch to the hard stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. But Altstat beer, that's the good stuff right there. When I am drinking beer, that's the only beer that I'm drinking. And that should be the only beer that you're drinking as well, because it's the best beer that there is all across the great state of Texas. And as the Buck mentioned, they've got a bunch of different brews. They got the Hefeweizen. I was drinking a few of those this weekend. They've got the lager. They've got the Kolsch. They've got a great light beer as well. You think of a light beer, you think of bad taste. That's not what you get with Altstat. You do sacrifice the calories. You don't sacrifice the taste with the Altstat Light. It'll be the best light beer that you've ever had. Don't just take my word for it. Next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits, or next time you're at the grocery store buying some beer, make sure you pick up the greatness that is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Very nice.
Also, a shout out to centextickets.com. If you want to be at any event coming up here in Austin or anywhere in the country, they've got tickets for you online right now at centextickets.com. Texas basketball, Texas baseball, Texas softball, Texas anything, plus concerts, Broadway shows, comedy shows, you name it. If you want to be there, get your tickets at centextickets.com. And if you use the promo code CENTEX10, you're going to get 10% off of your purchase. That's right. That discount code is exclusive to our TSU audience. Just type in Centex10 when you purchase your tickets, and you will get 10% off from centextickets.com.
When soccer tickets, they got those. They've got them all.
Yep, Austin FC. We've got, at some point, we'll play our sideline Stu Myrick Austin FC recap. He's going to be making some recap videos for us after each Austin FC game. And congrats to the Verde. They won their first match of the season on Saturday night in front of another sellout crowd at Q2. 1-0, the final over Sporting KC. So the Nico Estevez era begins with a win for Austin FC. And, yeah, 1-0 on the season. They're back at it this coming Saturday on the road at Portland. So our guy Stu Myrick will give you a little bit of a recap later in the show. Also, we've got a Cabo Bob's gift card we got to give away.
Oh, the randomizer at work. Time.
We got 2 Cabo Bob's gift cards we got to give away because the softball team did lose its first game of the season on Friday, but they bounced back and had a really good winning weekend. So Texas baseball gets the sweep. Texas softball, another winning weekend. And
you told me swimming and diving also. Hello,
SEC. Diving.
Welcome to Texas World.
I'm telling you. Yep. Men's and women's swimming and diving winning the SEC Conference Championships over the weekend. That happened yesterday in Athens. So going into Georgia country and winning both SEC championships. I think Florida had won 7 straight men's conference titles.
Yeah, they're
and
pretty good.
I think the Florida women had won 2 in a row. And in comes the Longhorns in year one, and they're like,
That's it for
"I'll
that.
take
That's
those."
it for that stuff.
Yeah, I hope you guys had fun. Now it's our turn.
That's right.
It was the full Billy Madison scene where we catch the dodgeball. Now you're all in big, big trouble. That's Texas. And Bob Bowman doing a great job. You know, you always worry about the guy who has to replace the legend, right?
Sure.
Eddie Reese retires. Who would want to replace Eddie Reese, the greatest men's swimming and diving coach in college sports history? Texas gets Bob Bowman, who won the national championship at Arizona State last year. In year one, Texas looks great. They just win the SEC championship. Things are going well for swimming and diving. When have they not at the University of Texas?
I don't know. For the 30 some years I've been in this state, they've always been at the top. It's either them, someone out in the Pac-12 or University of Florida. So I don't know anybody else that wins.
No, it sure feels like it's those three all the time.
Yes.
It's death Texas. I mean, that's Texas's best sport, right? Swimming and diving.
Oh my goodness.
It's just every year. They're competitive both in the men's and the women's.
Yeah, you go in a facility in the North End and look at that, the history of Texas swimming. They got their monster section of just Olympic athletes, medals, goals, coaching. Yeah. It's incredible.
Yeah, it is. It is. And they continue to get it done. So now the NCAA tournaments will be starting soon. We'll see if the Longhorns can win one or two national championships over the coming weeks. That'd be a lot of fun. All right. We'll talk about the Combine a little bit.
Oh, yeah, man.
So I guess the biggest headline with the Combine to this point is Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders announcing that he will not be working out in Indianapolis this week. He was invited, of course, but he will not be participating in any of the events there. He's not going to run the 40. He's not going to be throwing. He will be there talking to teams, but he won't be doing any of the on-field drills in Indy. He's going to save all of that for his pro day in Boulder in a couple of weeks. Any hot takes on Shedeur Sanders skipping out on the Combine?
I don't know. If you're a quarterback and you throw, then you just go throw. I don't know. I mean, I don't need to see him do the 40. I mean, he's going to run his 4.6 or whatever he runs anyway. But I always like to see him throw. I mean, I don't know if it hurts you not to throw. I mean, that's what you do, right? You're a quarterback, your arm's in good shape. Let's just go throw. And then answer some questions. He's either going to be the first quarterback taken or the second. I don't know what number player he's going to be taken off the board, but he'll be the first or the second quarterback. So he doesn't have to show you anything. He's going to meet with it's not a big deal.
Yeah, this is kind of the way we're trending, right? I mean, Caleb Williams didn't throw at the Combine last year. Jaden Daniels didn't throw at the Combine last year. So, look, I want these guys to throw because I like watching the Combine.
Well, and at some point they're going to throw if they're at if they're on campus throwing at their pro day, they're going to throw. They're not going to bypass not throwing till they get on camp somewhere. That's not the way that works.
Yeah, you've got to throw somewhere, and it sounds like Shedeur Sanders will throw at Colorado. And, it's good for his Colorado teammates, right? Because not all of his wide receivers got invited to the Combine, so now he gets to throw at his home campus, at his home stadium, to a bunch of guys who might increase their chances of getting an NFL look because of the pro day. And also, it's just more comfortable. Like Shedeur Sanders is used to playing at Colorado. He's probably never played a game in Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis. So it's his surroundings. It's what he's used to. It's kind of what this sport is trending towards, of course, because it's Shedeur Sanders. It's going to make some headlines. But
yeah, what do you think a guy like Travis Hunter does? Does he wait till his pro day back there? Does he just show up at the Combine and not run a 40 there? I mean, I would be surprised if he ran a 40 there. I would think he would wait till everything that happens on campus where his quarterback there can throw to him,
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything about Travis Hunter opting out of any of the drills. So we'll see. I mean, some guys don't make a big announcement about it. They just go, and then, all of a sudden, Rich Eisen is telling you that Travis Hunter's not going to run the 40 today. So maybe that will happen.
Before the All-Star game, I'm not going to play.
Yeah, I think Travis will run. Like, Travis Hunter is trying to be the number one overall pick in this draft.
True.
And if he goes out there and runs like a low 4.3 or something crazy, then that's only going to help him, right?
Yeah, I see him as a 4-4 guy.
Maybe. Yeah. And I don't think that's going to hurt him.
No, because I
He's,
think everybody knows that they know that his hands are good. They know he can cover guys. You can cover guys at 4-4, and you can run routes at 4-4 pretty well too.
yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Like, I think he's going to participate. I hope he participates because I'm going to be locked in to see how fast he runs and to see what he looks like at some of those other drills as well. Of course, he could opt out. He could run the 40 at the pro day, but that's not as fun for us fans, number
Yeah.
one. And number two, well, you get your own people timing you at the pro day. Like combine, everyone knows your time's legit because it's a bunch of unbiased NFL people who are on the clock for that. They've got the lasers going as well.
No, you're supposed to get a good time at home.
Yeah, you're always going to get a good time at home on your track and with your people timing it. So that guy starts running, and then you wait a split second before you hit the button on the stopwatch. That's the right move, right?
Absolutely.
So I don't know. I haven't heard anything about Travis Hunter, but yeah, no Shedeur Sanders, which is disappointing. He's got the film. He's going to throw at the pro day, and that's sort of where we're headed with the combine now. All right, what about the Texas Longhorns? 14 of them in Indianapolis this week. I want to ask you a couple of questions. We'll talk about some of these guys more specifically as we get closer to Thursday when the combine begins. But who needs a good week, Buck? Which of the Texas Longhorns in Indianapolis needs to have a good week in your eyes?
I think the kid who had the good senior bowl game, I think Mr. Sherrell's son needs to have a good week at the combine. This is one he can't bypass. He has to do everything at the combine. This is the big deal for him right now. You know, he can do some things here that he may not have to do even on campus. I know you feel more comfortable, but if you go to the combine and put up some good numbers, there's not much you have to do back here except for maybe lift some weights. That's about it. You don't need to run. You don't need to do any more agilities. You're at the Senior Bowl. People saw enough of you there. You go to the combine, and Barron Sherrill has a good combine. I think that's plenty for him.
Yeah, I think when you're in Barron Sorrell's situation as a day 3/UDFA
Yes,
guy, you've got to do everything. Everything. And we gave Barron Sorrell a lot of credit because he was the only Longhorn that showed up in Mobile at the
right.
Senior Bowl, right? A bunch of guys were invited, but it was like a week and a half after the Ohio State game. So the others opted out. They wanted to get healthy and get right for the combine, which that's fine. That's their prerogative. But Barron Sorrell's like, no, I am not like these other guys. I'm not guaranteed to be drafted. I need to meet with NFL teams and I need to showcase my skills to as many NFL people as I possibly can. He did that, and I'm with you. He's got to build on that. He was great
Yeah,
in Mobile. He's got to be great in Indy. And if he is, I still think he has to be great at the Texas Pro Day. But if he stacks together a few really good performances, then he's going to solidify himself as a draft pick and maybe an early day 3 pick too.
yeah. I think Matthew Golden can help himself also too, going there and doing some things in front of all of those people there. You know,
Yeah.
they get a chance to see his height. They get a chance to see him accelerate, come out of breaks. I mean, he gets to work with all those NFL wide receiver coaches that show up at that combine and do stuff with the receivers. I think that'll be great for him. I think he'll turn a lot of heads there.
Yeah. Golden's in a bit of a different situation. He's trying to play his way into being a first round pick.
Right, right.
And you look at you see him in a lot of first round mocks right now. Like Daniel Jeremiah of NFL.com and the NFL Network released a new mock late last week, and he has 3 Longhorns going in round 1, and Matthew Golden is one of them. So he's got a shot to be a first round pick. And you're right. Like if he shows up this week, runs a good 40 time, looks good in the drills,
Oh yeah,
interviews well, then he's got a chance to really solidify himself as a day 1 pick in the draft, which would be awesome for him. What a story that would be if Matthew Golden can be a first round pick in this year's class. That'd be great. I like that Barron Sorrell pick. I like the Matthew Golden pick. I'm going to say Quinn Ewers too.
oh yeah, for sure. He's got to do everything at all the events.
He's got to look good against air.
Yes.
And I think he will. But there's a lot of questions. Like, I do not do this for a living. I am not an NFL scout. I am not an NFL evaluator. I'm not one of those NFL draft gurus who studies tape on a bunch of these players. Like, I'll do more than the average person, but I'm far from an expert. But Buck, for me, I have never had a harder time trying to predict whether or not a guy's going to be good in the NFL than I have with Quinn Ewers. Because one week you watch him and it's like, that's a franchise quarterback. And then the next week you watch him and it's like, I don't know if that guy's good enough to be a backup in the NFL.
Well, I the only thing for me is he has all the intangibles now. I think he's grown into that part of it, the leadership, and if things go bad, he's not going to panic. His pocket presence still bothers me. Those guys in the NFL seem to slide from side to side within the pocket like he doesn't. He makes me nervous in the pocket. Like, you see some of the best in the world that, Jalen Hurts has had fumbles in the pocket. We see Matthew Stafford. We see guys get fumbles that have been in there forever. He just doesn't look like a guy that will take care of the ball enough and know how to protect himself in the pocket. I'm not talking about outside of the pocket. I think he's learned a lot about moving on the run and throwing on the run. It's within that pocket that they expect you to throw, because he's not going to be a guy who takes off and runs. He doesn't have all that ability to do that. So within the pocket, I think he has to be really, really special. BK, I don't know if he has that.
Well, that right there is why Quinn Ewers has to have a great week, because he won't have rushers at the combine.
You're right.
So you're right. That is my biggest concern with him too, is his pocket presence. And he sometimes freaks out when the pocket collapses and he doesn't know where to go. He'll step into sacks. He'll make bad decisions, whatever. Like, most quarterbacks struggle under pressure. Quinn Ewers hasn't showcased the ability to consistently win against pressure. There's no pressure at this combine. So he's got to look really good, because if you and I have those questions, NFL people have those questions. So against air and against no pass rush, he's got to be on point.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
With his balls this week. That's why I think it's so bad. Because if he sucks right now against nobody, and then NFL teams pop on the tape and they're like, oh God, he's even worse under pressure, then it's like, what are we doing here? Like, we can't take this guy. Let's cross off his name. If he looks really good, though, and shows some of the arm talent that we saw in his 3 years in Austin, then it's like, all right, maybe we can work with him on this pocket presence stuff and the footwork and the mobility. We can improve that, because that arm's good enough and it's going to play. Maybe we'll take a chance on him now.
Yeah.
So I think it's big. I think the combine and the pro day are going to be big for Quinn, because we've seen him going as high as the first pick of the second round. But there are some NFL, like Mel Kiper has Quinn Ewers as like a 5th or a 6th round pick right now. He's got him way down the list of quarterbacks in this class.
The other guy for me is Alfred Collins can really help himself. He can go, because when that guy gets in his little gray shorts there, they're going to see that dude and they're going to go, wow, oh my goodness. And if he can wow them underneath that bench and then move when those guys see him in person there at the combine, along with what they see of guys in the SEC and the rest of some of these great ones, they're going to look at him and go, that guy has every tool in the book.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I mean, everybody has a chance to improve their stock this week. And Alfred Collins is another one of those guys where I'm not entirely sure where he's going to get drafted.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'll be a first-round pick, but if he has a great week, then he could play himself into a day 2 lock, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to get big guys like that. A guy's been big since 8th grade, so.
Right, he's big, he can move, and he finally put it together this season. And I think he's going to have a awesome showing. Just because, he's sculpted by the gods, right? He's big, he's strong, he's quick for a guy his size. Like, all of those drills that you have to do up there, I think that's going to be perfect for him. There was never a question about the size, the strength, the athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
It was all about the production with Alfred Collins, and AC put it together this year. I don't worry about the other stuff. I think he's going to do great.
And I think he'll do great. I think he'll do really good at the combine. I think he'll do great back here on campus. And they'll just look at him and say, how can we pass this dude up? If we pass this guy up and he goes somewhere else, it becomes an all-pro, some monster, then we have made a mistake. You don't want to make a mistake on a guy like that that's looking at you that looks that good.
Right. I agree. And if we're talking about guys who I think can improve their stock the most, I think Alfred Collins is one of them. I think Jaden Blue is the guy.
Yes.
What do you think Jaden Blue is going to run in the 40?
I think he'll be low 4.3s.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Low to mid 4.3s. And
Yeah, I don't think
that's
he's running 4.2, but I think he'll run 4.3.
pretty good. And you can't coach that kind of
No.
speed. There aren't a lot of guys in this league. As fast as the league is, there aren't a lot of guys who can run low 4.3s. So if Jaden Blue is as fast, and he bragged during his time at Texas about being the fastest guy on this football team, if that's the case, then he could be maybe flirting with Xavier Worthy's time. I was going to say, he might be flirting with what X did last year, setting that combine record.
I just thought that I know it's another year of hitting, but I just thought he could have used another year of college football.
Yeah, I do too. The production is not what it could be.
Because I'm not looking at him. I'm not looking at him as a key back in the NFL. That guy. I'm looking at him as a third down. A guy that you can use. And I'm not saying gimmicky stuff, but regular screens and stuff like that, where that guy gets loose. There's nobody on the field that catches up to him. He's just that type of player. But I think Sark could have helped him. I think Sark would have been the guy that could have really helped him out another year. But I think he saw the deal with, I'm coming back here. I can do some special things, but hell, I may not get any snaps. Hell, the starting running back coming off injury may be back. I had enough trouble with Trey Wisner beating out him for plays. I may not even have enough plays, period.
Yeah, it sort of falls in line with who Jaden Blue has always been. And I won't fault him for trying to advance his football career. The guy's goal, I think all of these guys' goals are to play in the NFL. But remember, Jaden Blue is the guy who opted out of his senior year of high school. Plenty of guys leave college early to go pro. You don't see too many guys skip their last year of high school. And he didn't do what Quinn Ewers did, where it's like, I'm going to go make $1 million in college. Right. He just sat out a year. Now, didn't matter too much. Texas was cool with it. They kept the scholarship, and Jaden Blue is a very good player here in Austin.
Yes.
But him just making that decision does not surprise me, because he's always been on the fast track to get to the league seemingly as quick as he could. And he realizes
the Senior Bowl was just such a great opportunity, BK.
Well, he's not a Senior Bowl. He's not a senior, so he couldn't go.
But did he not get invited?
No, he got invited. Oh, that was the Shrine Bowl he got invited to.
What was it?
The Shrine Bowl.
Oh, the Shrine Bowl, yeah.
And he turned that down without telling them. He had his mom call and half-ass say, my son's not coming.
My son's not coming. He had his mama call.
Yeah, that was bad. I don't know how many NFL teams care about that, but when the director of the Shrine Bowl was like, I've never had this happen before. You don't want to be the first for something like that.
No, I don't think so.
So, again, I don't think that's going to hurt Jaden, and I think he's going to do so well in these underwear Olympics that, people are going to be like, who the hell is Jaden Blue?
Oh, of course they are.
We know who that is, of course, but it's like, wait, who? That guy wasn't the starter at Texas. He was never really the starter at Texas, and he's running like that and moving like that.
And plus, he's going to be able to. You're going to see them throw balls to him at the combine, where he comes out of the backfield, and nobody's going to be able to cover him. They're not going to have that. If they have some linebacker trying to cover him in some drill, the linebackers aren't going to cover. That guy's going to go by them, through them, around them. I mean, he's got an opportunity to really make himself some cash.
You're right. And it's a similar
I tell you what he can't do. He can't have a bunch of drops.
Can't have a bunch of drops. Well, to me, it's a similar discussion about Quinn Ewers, where it's like Quinn Ewers against other people can struggle. No one's going to be stripping Jaden Blue of the rock this week.
No.
His biggest problem is obviously the fumbles. He's not going to fumble at the It'd be pretty impressive if he fumbles at the combine. There's no defenders there. There's nobody tackling him. He's not wearing pads, so he doesn't have to, and nobody has to worry about that. So, if Jaden Blue didn't fumble this year, I don't think you would be saying, oh, he could have used one more year, because I think he would have played a lot more and had a much better season.
Oh, no, he would have got more snaps for sure.
So that's the biggest issue with him, is the fumbleitis he was dealing with. We won't find out if that's been cured, because no one's hitting him at the combine. And that's good for him, because, again, that's his biggest problem. He can run fast. He can move. The agility drills, the short yardage drills, he's going to thrive. Like you said, the pass-catching drills that they'll put the running backs through, he's going to thrive in those. And he doesn't have to worry about no one knocking him down.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how Andrew Makuba, what kind of speed he has, out-and-out speed, because I look at him, and when I see him run, I think of him as a 4.5 and change guy. When I say change, I mean 4.56 guy like that.
Mm.
Is that fast enough to be a secondary guy in the NFL? I'm pretty sure it is to be a safety.
Yeah,
Or
I think so.
can he cover guys with like that?
I'm doing a quick Google search here. Okay, Kyle Hamilton from Notre Dame, who was like the best
Six
safety in college football the year before.
6'2". He has 6'2" and change, right?
Big dude. Yeah, bigger than Andrew Makuba, but
Oh yeah.
he ran a 4.59 at the combine.
Okay.
And his stock fell a little bit. I mean, he was still, I think, the 14th pick in the draft. So he was a first rounder and a top half of the first rounder. But like people were talking about that dude as like maybe a top 5, 6, 7 pick. He
With the
didn't run
speed.
great at the combine, and people are like, is he fast enough to be good? Well, he's very good.
He's very
He's one.
good. Yes,
Yeah, he's one of the best safeties in football. So look, different. These guys are different prospects. Andrew Makuba is not as good as Kyle Hamilton, but even if it is a high 4.5s, the reason I bring that up is like safeties
good
have
enough.
run that speed before and have had success in the league. And I just with Makuba's instincts and his ability to hit, like
Yeah, because Hamilton can hit. Hamilton understands the game. He's in the right spot. He takes the right angles, and he's big. He's got to be at least 6'1", 6'2". He's a big, tall guy.
Hamilton.
Yeah, Makuba's got to be what, 5'9", 5'10", maybe?
They've got him listed at 6 feet. So you're trying to give him the Bucky Godbolt treatment and make him short as hell
What?
for some reason. I mean, we'll see if Texas was bumping those
Okay.
numbers up. Why are you calling him
fast, midget? Not so fast.
5'9", 5'10"? Come on,
5'10" is not. There's nothing wrong with being 5'10". You're almost there.
dude.
Well, I don't think he's running. I don't think he's running four fours.
Hold on, you got to give me a chance to respond to you calling me almost 5'10". I'll have to shrink 5 inches to get to 5'10". What are you talking about? I'm almost there. I mean, 95 years old and fully shrunk, and I still won't be 5'10". What are you saying here?
Come on, Makuba.
You're almost 5'10". I'm nowhere close to 5'10".
I'm not even now. I'm just 5'9" and some change, 3/4.
Yeah, don't be throwing your shortness on me, guy.
Come on. Yeah, he's got a, and I don't see him running. I don't see him being a 4.4. I see him being a 4.5 guy. I mean, guys like Gunnar Helm, he can help himself out big time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody's gonna like Gunnar Helm a lot. There's
like
a team.
Gunnar Helm a
There's
lot.
an NFL team that likes him already. I don't know who it is, but somebody's already liking that guy, thinking, you know what, we can wait this round and we can get a pretty good tight end.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he's not elite at anything, but he's a very good receiver. I think he's a more than capable blocker. Obviously, the size, like plays. He's a good enough route runner. He's got good enough hands. Like, yeah, I think if you ask me right now, so Jatavion Sanders, who went last year, obviously started above Gunnar Helm at Texas. JT Sanders was the first pick of day 3, first pick of the 4th round of the draft. I'll ask you, I guess, before I give my answer. I'm going to give you the over-under on where Gunnar Helm goes. Does he go before first pick of the 4th round, or does he go after?
I'm going to say he goes right after.
Okay, I'm going to say before. I think Gunnar Helm goes on day 2.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's a 3rd round pick, that would be unbelievable.
Yep.
He was more productive than JT Sanders was his senior year for sure.
He was. Yeah, he led Texas in a couple of receiving categories this past season. Big time piece for this Longhorn offense, and he will be missed. But you're right. I mean, all of these guys will be missed. 14 players is absurd. That is a Texas record. It's why the loss to Ohio State hurts, because you know you had something special. But Texas will be back. They had 11 guys at the combine last year. And people were like, damn it, we missed out on an opportunity. We had 11 guys here. Who knows when we'll ever have that many guys at the
more
combine.
if they didn't have that damn spring game. They didn't get the guys worn out. They may have had 19.
Probably 25, I would think.
Yeah, it could have been.
I think 14 this year. It'll be tough to top next season, but that's crazy. The all-time record for most players drafted in a 2-year stretch is 25, set by Georgia in 22 and 23. Texas is going to flirt with that this year.
Got some good players. I mean, that defensive line group, there are a lot of guys that they're going to be looking at some of those dudes that we thought were they be able to take the places of the studs that left, and they did, and they did a good job at it. Those guys got well coached too. Once again, getting a new defensive line coach, that guy walks in here in year one and Baker does a fantastic job.
Yeah.
That's hard to do, man. You miss your guy. When you have a guy for a couple of years at that position, then a new guy comes in for 1 year and you're still a stud. That's pretty good stuff.
Kenny Baker, the job he did with the D-line. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alfred Collins, I wouldn't call Alfred Collins a stud until Kenny Baker got here.
True.
Same thing with Vernon Broughton. Like, those guys elevated their game. It's not just, they stayed the same even though they had a new coach. It's like, no, they got better.
They got better.
They lost Bo Davis. I don't want to take too many shots at Bo Davis because he was great here, but Bo Davis leaves, and all of a sudden a couple of the guys who never really found it with Bo found it. So, yeah, Kenny Baker did a tremendous, tremendous job right there. And I'm excited about him, and that's why I've got faith in the 2 new staffing hires that Texas made with Mark Orfe, who will be coaching the corners, and with Chad Scott, who will be coaching the running backs. We obviously spent a lot of time talking about those guys last week. But, yeah, Sark has gone outside of the box and hired guys that weren't the biggest names, that maybe didn't have the flashiest resumes.
I mean, he went from Jersey to West Virginia. Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, we got him in Morgantown, and we got him from Jersey.
No, you're being facetious, I think.
No, I'm not. That's good. Somebody's getting a young guy getting an opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, Kenny Baker was an assistant D-line coach with the Dolphins.
Yes.
The best college job he had, Buck, was Western Kentucky. So when he got hired, people were like, who in the – that guy doesn't even have his own Wikipedia page. He still doesn't. Like, who is this guy? Never heard of this guy. And he worked out really well. So I think I got faith in Sark getting the Chad Scott and Mark Orfe hires right, even though they're from West Virginia and Rutgers. Your 2 favorite schools, Buck.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't mind Piscataway.
You been there?
Yeah. I mean, I've coached when I was at BC against Rutgers on their actual campus, on the grass field there that held just a little bit more than Boston College's. No, they held less than Boston College at that place. That was like a big high school field.
At Rutgers?
Piscataway.
Yeah.
But Morgantown, I don't care if that was in the luxury Mercedes-Benz dome they build in West Virginia, is still West Virginia. Sorry.
Yeah, they're not getting a Mercedes-Benz stadium in Morgantown. No, I'm here to tell you.
They're getting something along the river. That's about it.
Yeah, I think they'll deal with Milan Puskar, and they'll like it.
Yes.
That's what they get, and that's what they're going to continue to have out there in Morgantown. So, yeah, good move for Chad Scott for sure to come to Texas.
Now, where do you have the big tackle? I mean, first top 10, are we looking at top 10 pick or 15? Probably top 15, though.
Well, top 15 for sure.
Okay.
At 10 or 11, those are the 2 spots where I'm seeing Kelvin Banks mocked the most. Chicago's picking at 10. San Francisco's picking at 11. Kelvin Banks is right there with Will Campbell from LSU as the projected first offensive lineman off the board. I think Kelvin Banks is better. I'm a little more biased. I'm willing to admit that, but Kelvin Banks was better in college. So I'd take Kelvin Banks first. But, yeah, it's the 10 to 15 range that feels like where Kelvin Banks is going to go. And then Jahdae Barron's a little bit later than that. And then if there is a third horn that goes on night 1, it's probably Matthew Golden as the guy. Okay. So I think 2.5 is a good over-under to set for how many horns go in round 1. Kelvin Banks is a lock. I think Jahdae Barron's pretty much a lock. Matthew Golden is the maybe late day 1, if not very early day 2 kind of guy. So
yeah, I agree. I think Golden will be the early day 2 guy.
Okay.
Which will be awesome.
No, not awesome. He needs to be round 1 guy. That's awesome. Early day 2 is not as awesome. We need a round 1. Another year for a Texas receiver to go in the first round.
Well, then he needs to come back. He should have come back.
He shouldn't have come back.
I wanted him back so bad.
Yeah, I want all these guys back. Can we get Kelvin Banks back for 1 more year, please?
No.
What do you mean no? You don't want him?
I would want him, but there's not a thought of that guy.
And when you look at Matthew Golden's numbers and what he did in the playoff, there shouldn't have been a thought for him. The difference was we knew Kelvin Banks was gone before the season started, so we had time to prepare. Hell, we've known he was 3 and done since the moment he stepped foot on campus.
No doubt.
He did what he did against Will Anderson in Alabama.
His last game, his senior year in high school, we knew he was going to be in.
3 and done. Golden, it's like, oh, we might have this guy for 2 years. So we're like, it hurt more as he got better and better and became a better prospect. We didn't have as much time to brace ourselves for his decision. So he stings a little bit. But yeah, no, that guy had to go. I would love him back. Don't get me wrong. But this was the time for him with what he did in the SEC this year. It's the right decision for sure. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Dakota text line 512-222-9328. By the way, I know I teased it, but I'll say it. We're giving away a Cabo Bob's gift card on the show.
Nice.
If you want to be entered to win a $50 gift card to Cabo Bob's, all you have to do is hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Send us any text between now and 9 o'clock, and you will be entered to win, and we will do the drawing right at the top of the hour. Buck, before we get into a little more, we've got some funny stories to get into, more Texas basketball to discuss, and also Stu Myrick's Austin FC recap. Let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Hey, say hello to our friends over at Sue Patrick. Good morning, Jay and the gang. Got my hat on. Look at them. Look at that Angry Beavos t-shirt I got wearing today. And you can get all these items at Sue Patrick's, 5222 Burnett Road. You name it, they've got it. Time to get those polos, of course, for golf season. They've got some beauties. And Jay's got some new ones, too. The Longhorn polo that anytime I wear it, somebody has to stop me and say, where did you get that? Well, I got it at Sue Patrick's. Once again, you can, too. Free parking, shipping, $49 over, free shipping just for you. It'll get there in time. They've got luggage. You know, they still got the luggage, BK. They've got that. They've got golf bags, you name it. They got the snow globes are still there. The ones that show the wonderful city. You don't need them just during Christmas time. But they look good right there on the dining room table if you want to. But, folks, it all happens at Sue Patrick. They've got they also have the detergent, the Tyler Campbell, Perry Como stuff over there. They've got all of that, too, at Sue Patrick's. Also, I love it because I'm missing my hoodie right now, but I won't need it this week. But I'll be in my golf polo, BK. That's what I'll be wearing. But I had my hoodies from last week from Sue Patrick. Worked out just well. Also, I had a coat over those hoodies because it was so cold. I tried to go out once with just a hoodie on. Did not work. Had to have a coat on. And they've got all kinds of jackets. They've got all kinds of rain gear at Sue Patrick's. They got everything that you need. 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yeah, great live read right there. I don't even know what to say to that. You're all over the place there. They've got you.
They got rain gear there. They got some wonderful rain gear. I got one of their rain jackets. So if you're afraid of some drizzle when you're playing your golf round and decide that you're not going to go, they've got the gear just for you.
Yes, they do. Yes, indeed. Now a word from our great friends out at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Love the Covert family. Love Covert Bee Cave. Get out there if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Also love our friends at AV Consultations as well. If you want to upgrade your home with some TVs, you can do that with AV Consultations. What a time of year it is to be a sports fan. We're a week away from March, which means madness.
Yes, indeed.
You want to make sure your TV setup is done for the NCAA tournaments. AV Consultations can hook you up. I've got 4 screens on one wall in the other room, which means I'll be able to watch all 4 games that go on at the same time. If you want that style setup, AV Consultations can hook you up. If you just want the big screen, right? Maybe you've got YouTube TV, which allows you to watch a bunch of games at one time, but you want a bigger screen to enjoy all the action. AV Consultations has you covered with the badass surround sound too. It's not just the TVs, but they got the surround sound, the whole home lighting, the surveillance, basically anything to make your house a lot cooler. AV Consultations has you covered. Just reach out to them, 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or check them out online at avconsultations.com.
Jay just let me know that all the jelly cats are back. You know, they're going to have, of course, they'll have the Easter jelly cats, the little bunny rabbits and the little carrot. Oh, the little Easter egg with a smile on it, jelly cat. Yes, indeed. They've got them all. And I'm going to get them all. That's right. My wife will be leaving town, and I'll be picking up some jelly cats for her, just for her.
I was going to say, no, you admitted you changed at the last second, but you really just admitted that all of those jelly cat purchases you've been making were for you.
How would that look? You know, I got the big taco over here. You know, instead of having pillows, I had all the jelly cats just lined up, just sitting there on the couch. That way I could talk to them when I'm watching court TV.
Oh, get their opinion on the case?
Oh, yeah, the case. Yeah. Well, now that I'm watching my new series I told you about, because I had never seen it before, Mad Men. I had never, ever seen one series of Mad Men, and now it's caught my eye, and they play them, you know, they just keep playing it over. I don't even know what season I'm in, but I'm watching it. Wow.
How are you watching it?
The old timers like myself.
How are you watching it? What network?
It's on YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah, it just keeps running. They just keep running over and over. I don't think it's on Juju or Hulu or Boo Boo. I don't think it's on any of those. I think I got it on YouTube.
YouTube TV or YouTube?
TV.
Okay.
I have YouTube TV. I don't have Spectracide or whatever that's called.
Rectum.
Yeah, Rectum.
Rectum is what it's called, because it's a pain in mine every single day.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant like YouTube. YouTube TV is different. So it's just on some cable network on YouTube TV.
Yeah, I like my YouTube TV. I'm glad I made that jump a couple years ago.
From cable to YouTube TV?
Yes.
You know they keep raising the price on you, right?
What, the YouTube TV?
Yeah. It started at like $50.
That's my wife's bill. I never see that, so it doesn't.
I think it started at like $50 a month, and now it's up to like $85 a month. In the last 3 years, they've increased the price that much.
Well, they haven't hit to the dish level yet, have they?
It's I don't know. I pay less for cable than YouTube TV.
Well,
right
you know
now.
how to wheel and deal some things too.
I also have to hook up with the lady at Spectrum once a week too. Let me tell you,
lady, like hanging out with the lunch lady.
it ain't pretty, man. It's not something I should be telling people about at all. So
save yourself a little coin, though.
Yeah, it's worth it. Whatever it takes.
All you have to do is give her that foot massage, and you're in. Gross.
Now I wouldn't do that with her. No chance. That's crossing the line right there. I don't want any part of those feet. Oh my gosh. All right, Mad Men. You like it though? Good show.
I kind of like it. It's kind of shady. Those dudes are kind of shady, the guys on there.
Yeah.
But then again, most guys are.
I've only seen a couple of episodes, but I know like my parents like that show. I got a bunch of friends who finished that show, so it's really popular. I think you'll enjoy it. There's got to be a reason that so many people have watched it.
Somebody says I'm catching it on AMC.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
That checks out. I'm still on Sopranos. Done with season 1.
You're liking it though. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I finished 1 season. Need to start season 2 here this week. It's good.
How much do you hate that kid? How much do you hate Tony's kid already?
No spoilers, please.
Yeah, but how much do you hate that kid?
Which, the daughter or the son?
The son. I like the daughter. The daughter's all right.
Easy, man.
I mean, she's all right. There's nothing wrong with
that
her.
Like weird, like grinny face when you're talking about the high school girl.
I just thought she's just a mischievous young girl, but the son, what a punk he is.
The son he's approaching punk level. He didn't do a ton of punk stuff in season 1, but like you can already tell he's on a downward path to being just a huge piece of shit.
Yes.
That's how I would describe what I've seen from Tony Jr. right now.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, it's a good show. Good show right there. All right. What do we want to get to here? Texas basketball again?
Yeah, get back to get some of that good basketball talk. Hey, we got some free agency stuff coming up. What do we got in the NFL market here?
Well, those are two different things. Do you want to do Texas basketball or NFL?
What can you do about Texas? Is there anything you can do about Texas basketball?
Well, the people are talking about potential coaches to go after, and the Rodney Terry discussion continues. And somebody asked me how the South Carolina game wasn't a must-win, and all of these things. So I don't know. There's more on that bone, but it's all frustrating.
I don't know. I don't know if it's time to talk who the next coach would be. I'm pretty sure CDC he had a list the day that Rodney Terry got hired.
If you think he's been thinking about this since then?
Did you always have a list? You always got to have that list just in case it doesn't work out. And it doesn't mean you get 2 years to get it worked out.
Right.
I mean, I've got my list of if I make this play at this guy, is this the right play? I mean, who do you see that can be one of those guys besides anybody?
Oh, there's plenty of big names out there. And I've seen a couple of comments and a couple of texts, and not just on this show, on this network, but all over the place.
Yeah, I don't see anybody of these guys coming out of retirement to do this.
Well, people ask the question, like, who wants this job? And that makes me so mad when people say that for Texas. Like when Texas fired Tom Herman, who wants this job? Who would take this job? They just fire coaches all the time, and they haven't wanted to. Who would take that? Pretty damn good job, isn't it?
Yeah.
Texas baseball. Oh, they just fired David Pierce. Had a bunch of success, and they fired him. Who are you going to get that's better than David Pierce? Who would want this job? Jim Schlossnagle. Played a national championship last year. You're able to poach him away from your biggest rival. Like, they said the same thing when Shaka Smart got canned. Sorry, when he took the job at Marquette. Who would want this job? There's no way Texas can get a big-name coach to take this. Who would? They got Chris Beard, who, it didn't work at Texas. Not because he couldn't coach. Look at what he's doing in year 2 at Ole Miss. Guy's a great coach who left Texas Tech, where he had a lifetime contract and had played for a national championship 2 years prior, to come to Texas. Texas is going to get a big-name coach who is better than Rodney Terry, who is way more established than Rodney Terry was when he got the job a couple of years ago. So all of this, it's Texas basketball. We've never won a national championship. We haven't been to a Final Four since 2003. This, that. No, the money, the facilities, the talent in the state of Texas, this is a big-time job. No, is it Kansas or Duke? No, it's not. But can it be a top 10 to 15 job in college basketball? Shit, yeah, it can be. And if it's right, I think it can be even higher than that. So quit there's no one out there who's better than Rodney Terry, or I'm not sure we can get a big name, so let's just keep RT and hope somebody maybe comes up next year. That's bullshit. This is a great job that can be an elite job in today's college sports. Go get somebody big. Aim high.
Yeah, there's no, and why wait? Let's wait and see. I mean, how long are you going to wait and see? No matter what, even if he gets to some of these deals where he wins 2 games, dude, the following year he's under the gun again. That's just the way it's going to be here.
Yeah. And the SEC isn't going to get much worse.
No.
So it's like, doesn't look that this coach can be competitive in this conference. That's a problem right there. So there are plenty of big names. I mean, you're calling the top of the top. You're trying to convince Jay Wright to come out of retirement. Is that likely? No, I think Jay Wright is done. But you're at least making those calls. Dude, there was a story that came out from Barry Trammell, who's been covering Oklahoma and Oklahoma State for decades. He said that Bill Self almost took the job at Oklahoma State this past offseason. Now, Self, that's his alma mater. They had an opening, and Bill Self came out and was like, no, I always talk to them about who they should hire because I want them to be successful. They always talk to me. I was never going to leave Kansas for that job. But that story came out, and that means Barry Trammell was told by somebody that Bill Self at least was considering leaving Kansas. You call that dude and see if you could get him to come to Texas. Is it likely? Probably not. But you make those calls to the big dogs first.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to call Bill Self on that.
Make them all say no. Make Nate Oates at Alabama say no. Make TJ Otzelberger at Iowa State say no. You got money. You got money. You got better facilities than those places have. Like, make the elite of the – make Kelvin Sampson say no.
Yeah, you can't settle here.
No. Like, Kelvin Sampson, 69. I don't think he wants to go anywhere. And I don't know if CDC wants to hire someone who's only going to be here for 4 or 5 years. So maybe he doesn't make sense. But like, though, you should be looking at the top 5, 10 teams in college basketball right now and calling all of them. You're not going to get John Shire from Duke, of course. No. But just about everybody else that's out there should be calling. All right? Maybe the stalker at Florida.
Let me ask you, how good is the guy from Creighton?
McDermott?
Yeah.
Good, established, good resume, done a lot, but I think Texas can do better than McDermott. But I mean, he's got some skins on the wall. Like, he's done a tremendous job in Omaha over the years, even though he once told his players to get back to the plantation. Remember that one a few years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, not his best bit. Yeah, call Bruce Pearl at Auburn.
Wow.
I don't think he'd say yes, because he's got it figured out pretty good at Auburn right now. But like, that's what CDC, and I expect him to do that. I don't think I'm asking CDC to do something that he wouldn't do. He has shown you.
He's trying to get the best of the best.
Yeah, he has shown you in other sports that like Eddie Reese retires. Who should I go get? Oh, how about the coach that just won the national championship? And I get it, swimming and diving and basketball, very, very different. But like, that's the standard that CDC has. Oh, Texas baseball needs a coach. Well, let's hire the coach from a team that played for a national championship last year. Like, that's the type of calls that you should be making. And I think CDC will after this season, barring Rodney Terry turning it around.
Indiana's going to try to get the best they can get. That's just the way they work.
So if you're looking for names, I'm glad you said that. If you're looking for names, just search Indiana coaching candidates, because they've already announced that Mike Woodson is done after this year.
Yep.
So like, there are already a bunch of articles out there from Indiana people and national college basketball people who are like, here's a list of names. That's the list that Texas should be looking at.
Absolutely.
Does Texas have the history that Indiana has? No, of course not. But could you make the case that Texas in 2025 is the level of job Indiana is? Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you absolutely could. So those names that Indiana is going after, those are the names that Texas should be going after. And there's like Scott Drew's on this list. TJ Otzelberger's on this list. Chris Beard's on this list. Texas ain't going after him, obviously. But Todd Golden's on this list. Would they go back to A&M and try to take Buzz Williams? Would they do it again to the Aggies?
He'd be fun. Why not?
I don't really want Buzz Williams. He's having a great year, but it's like year 7 or 8 for him, and it took a while to build things up in Aggie land. So he'd be better than RT. But I think they could swing much higher than Buzz Williams. But it would just be funny if Texas literally hired another A&M coach. Like, oh, we're taking your best coach now. Oh, now Buzz is your best coach? Oh, okay. We'll take him as well. Thanks for that. He sweats too much. You're out on him for that?
I'm out.
You don't like the vest look that he wears?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I don't either. Rick Pitino, someone says, Texas won't hire Rick Pitino.
No.
With his past, I don't think that's a move they would
and
make.
Kelvin Sampson had some NCAA problems before.
Kelvin Sampson's issues were like recruiting stuff, because he was using cell phones to talk to kids when he wasn't supposed to. He
was advanced out there. He should have been using walkie-talkies.
He wasn't bringing in strippers and prostitutes to the program.
Oh.
I think you can overlook that a little bit more than what Pitino did. Look, I don't care what Pitino did. The guy won. I'd be okay with him coming through, but he's pretty old.
The Johnnies, they're about to pay him a lot. He's winning games with the Johnnies.
Yeah, he gets
to recruit in New York.
Exactly. That's where it's like Pitino and Sampson, huge names, Hall of Fame caliber coaches. Pitino's won a national title. Kelvin Sampson could do it this year. Pitino's won a couple. Like huge resumes, but those guys are old. And I don't think Chris Del Conte would. I think he wants somebody like Chris Beard, who he thought was going to be here for 2 decades.
Sure.
Right. So that's as big as those names are, and as quick as they could probably turn things around for Texas hoops. I don't think that would do a lot for moving his.
I agree. He wants a young guy. This is going to be a young guy deal here.
Yeah. Find a guy in his 40s or early 50s who's, 10, 15, 20 years. You don't have to. I don't think CDC likes hiring and firing people. I think he wants to be done with this. And, oh, shoot, everybody I have has been here for 5, 6, 7 years. We're good.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk Eddie Reese to come back for another year, that was awesome. So, I mean, that's when a guy says, I'm retired, and you've done everything there is to do in the business, but you get him to come back, yeah, you can almost talk a hungry dog off a meat wagon. So that's him.
Yeah, you're right. He's a great talker. He's a great talker. Okay. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line 512-222-9328. We'll come up with if Texas loses on Wednesday,
Yes.
we might spend a segment on Thursday running down the hot board of coaching candidates. Because, it won't be officially done after Wednesday, but if they lose on Wednesday, you're going to start seeing them on the outside of the bracketologies. So,
Man, this city would be a buzz with Rick Pitino hanging out in it, though. Look out.
Yeah. I would be, I don't go out of my way to try to be friends with these coaches because, that's doesn't feel like part of the job, and they've got lives to live and I've got a life to live. I would be borderline stalking Rick Pitino to try to be friends with that dude.
Where's he eating tonight?
Where's he eating? What club is he at? Who's he hanging out with? Let me hang out with the Italian mobster Rick Pitino.
Wow.
That'd be fantastic stuff. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Buck, we've got some fun stories to get to wrap up the show.
Got any airline stories? Anything happened in the airlines? Everybody good?
No airline story.
Who's flying that plane, that upside down plane yet?
No.
Still not telling us what's going on there.
We do have a viral mugshot. Here's the tease we're going to use, and then we'll do some sponsor shout-outs, excuse me. But we've got to talk about this woman here in a moment because she did something pretty hilarious, and she has gone viral because of what she did and also because she looks like that.
Yes.
So before we get to her story,
let me tell you about our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, you got those bad arms, the elbows, the knees, the ankles, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, rheumatology, sports medicine, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there and all-around good guys, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And some love to Olipop as well.
Yes,
my fridge is stocked with the Olipop. Yours should be too. Olipop is great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I don't drink old school soda anymore. The only soda I drink is Olipop because, well, it tastes great. It tastes just like the soda I used to sip on, but it's actually good for me, and it's good for you as well. Look at the normal bottle of Coke or Sprite or whatever you drink. Look at the nutrition facts, the ingredients. You probably don't want to look at it because you don't want to know what you're putting into your system because you know it's bad and you know you shouldn't be doing it. Well, that's where Olipop comes in because this stuff tastes just like that, but it's actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, prebiotics, plant fibers, and botanicals in every can. I don't know what those things are. I just know they support my digestive health. And every time you drink Olipop, you're supporting your digestive health. 19 great flavors. You can get them wherever you buy your groceries. H-E-B, Whole Foods, Target, Walmart, Costco. They got you covered with all 19 flavors of the greatness that is Olipop. How about that? Grant says, I've got the crisp apple flavor. Delicious. Yeah.
Nice.
That's a good one too. They've got the traditional flavors, but also some unique flavors as well.
I see Coca-Cola's trying to come out with a cream soda. Olipop's just going all over the place right now.
Yeah, no, I only take Ollie's cream. I don't take
You don't take Coca-Cola
cream. No, give me the Olipop cream. That's all I need.
Because it's good for you. That cream throughout you is good.
Do like the cream. Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Let's show this lady again, Buck.
Okay.
I'll give you the opportunity to guess before we get to the details of this story.
Should I know somebody's daughter right here?
No, this is nobody famous. This is
Okay.
it's somebody's daughter, but I don't think this is a celebrity's daughter, if that's what
Mother
you're
of
asking.
children. She
So
has
I'm gonna-
I don't know who she is. I don't.
Well, my question to you is, what crime do you think this woman committed? This is a mugshot, very clearly.
That's a mugshot right there?
Yeah.
She takes a pretty good mugshot.
I was going to say, well, you could see that she's wearing the orange jumpsuit, right?
Well, no, maybe it may have been. Yeah. I'm going to say she looks more on the lines of a shoplifter.
You're going shoplifter.
Yeah, she looks like a shoplifter.
Okay. Not too far off, but that is Incorrect.
Hmm.
This woman was arrested last week, February 17th, 2025, for getting back at her ex-boyfriend.
Oh, gee.
Now, what
Well,
did she do? Right? People get back at their exes all the time, but what did she do that was so bad that she's got this mugshot out there? She didn't beat him up.
she banged his father, and the father died of a heart attack or something. She stabbed the father.
Do you get arrested if you bang somebody and they die from a heart attack? Like, obviously,
I'm going to take it past that. She banged him, then she stabbed the dad.
okay. Yeah, that would get you arrested.
Yeah.
Banging and stabbing anybody would get you arrested. Matter of fact, just stabbing anybody, I believe, gets you arrested these days. No, she sabotaged her ex-boyfriend's car
Oh,
in a way that left the internet both baffled and amused. What did she do to get back at her ex-boyfriend?
first of all, what is he driving?
Don't have the details
Okay.
for what car he was driving. But she filled up his gas tank with Coke Zero
Oh,
and pre-sucked Skittles. Yeah, you heard that right. A combination of half-eaten candy and sugar-free soda got her arrested. Haven't seen a name for her yet. I'm sure I can find it now. It's been a few days since I've had this story figured out. She was allegedly furious over the breakup that he started. She decided to take matters into her own hands. Under the cover of night, she snuck onto her ex's property and stuffed his gas tank with Skittles she had already sucked on. Boy, to be one of those Skittles. Followed by a generous pour of Coke Zero. So she did that in the middle of the night when he wasn't looking, which that's a problem. And the next day, the ex-boyfriend tries to start the car, and it's not starting. So he was able to discover what was going on, and the mechanics were able to dig and find what was in that gas tank instead of gas. And cost of repairs are soaring into the thousands because the vehicle's fuel system has been completely destroyed.
you're a naughty girl. Very naughty.
Yeah, pre-sucked Skittles. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe banana in the tailpipe, but she's got it in the engine. She's got it in the gas tank.
Well, my question would be, like, what is the significance? Like, does that do anything? If you pre-suck the Skittles, does that do more damage to the car? Are you trying to, like, take the food coloring off the Skittles so he won't be able to tell that it's Skittles?
She was
Like,
just hungry, but she didn't want to
That
take them all down. She just wanted the juice from it. I don't get that. What's the deal?
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't know if there's any juice in Skittles, number one. Number two, that doesn't quench your hunger if you just suck on the Skittles and then spit them out, right? But I will say, I do wish I was the Skittles.
She's an evil looking thing.
I'm telling you what, like, if Jeannie comes by my place and is like, hey, BK, you get 3 wishes. My first wish is I want to be Skittles.
I want to be Skittles, yeah.
Hang on here. So, yep, car vandalism has gone on forever.
She's attractive, but she ain't Kim Mulkey attractive.
What?
Oh, yeah. Put that picture up and then put Kim up.
Are you kidding me?
There's a huge difference.
Okay, here's your Kim Mulkey video that we showed earlier today.
Look at that. That's
saying
sassy right there.
That is more attractive than this? Give me a break.
That girl right there looks like a killer. Like she would kill somebody. Kim Mulkey looks like somebody that would treat you, like your own mother would treat you.
Kim Mulkey, there was an article about Kim Mulkey abusing her players that came out. This girl just put Skittles into a gas tank. Kim Mulkey's way scarier and way less attractive than this woman. By the way, she could be in for felony charges because it's trespass, it's property damage, and because the damage disabled the vehicle, she could be facing felony charges here, Buck.
Yeah, she's probably going to have to do some time over at your place.
That's over at my place?
Yeah.
Hang on now. That's I'll turn into a prison for that. It's not bad. So we'll see what happens with this one, but I can fix her, Buck. I know.
Gotta ask Rodney. What can Skittle and spit do to your engine?
I don't know if Rodney has ever been asked that question before, but we can bring on one half of Chaos Theory here. Double R, any experience with pre-sucked Skittles and Coke Zero being poured in a gas tank?
Unfortunately not. I can tell you guys that if you want to screw up somebody's gas tank, you put sugar in there, which makes this whole story even more intriguing because apparently she sucked the sugar off of the Skittles.
Wow.
And I guess Coke Zero doesn't have any sugar.
Oh, my God. You're right. No sugar in any of that. What was she doing?
So I'm assuming what happened here is she put the Skittles in there and maybe it clogged some. Do we know what kind of vehicle it was? Maybe it clogged the fuel injectors up or something. But sugar is the way to go. Allegedly, I've been told. I've been told that.
Sure
the banana in the tailpipe can do it too.
That'll work. That'll work each and every time.
That'll screw up the engine a little bit too.
I don't. So is this girl is going to be in the same kind of jail like with the girl that messed with the goat, right? Over here in Cedar Park. So it's kind of the more leniency type of crime, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. The guy can get pretty. You do that, you break up. He broke up with her.
He broke up with her. She was pissed about the breakup, so she decided to take matters into her own hands and her own mouth.
You find something better than that?
So whatever happened. God, I hope she's not listening. Years ago, I kind of had a breakup with somebody, and she came and found me in public, broke my glasses because I was still wearing glasses at the time. I didn't have contacts. Broke my glasses and keyed my car. Whatever happened to that?
Did she take a swing at you with your glasses on?
No, she just pulled them right off my face and broke them and dropped them on the ground right in front of me. I know.
That's how Chris Beard's downfall at Texas allegedly started. You don't mess with the glasses right there.
Leave the glasses alone.
Wow. So she keyed your car and broke your glasses, and you're not. That was it, huh?
That was it, man. That was all she wrote. I don't know how I got
guess
home.
That's better. You can replace glasses, and a car keying is easier to replace than the entire fuel system, right?
Yeah, car touch-up kit, man. They sell that paint. Car was a piece of shit anyway.
Rodney, tell him.
Yeah, the car was no good anyway. But yeah, that makes no sense because sugar is what you want in there, so they say. So
I am disappointed by the lack of details that we have with this story because I don't have a state yet. Got to think this is a Florida woman story, right?
Got to be.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have details on what kind of car this guy was driving. Like, did he just spend, $100K on a brand new whip, or was this just some old beat up Corolla that he was rocking? Like, I want more details. I'm a little upset with the lack of
details. Yeah. I mean, that guy woke up, that car didn't start, and then he figured out who did it.
And it's hard to tell from that picture, but I'll tell you because I can say these things because I'm Latino. Don't piss off a Latina. Don't make her mad. You will regret it.
Wax, did you get to see this mugshot?
Saw the mugshot. See, that's the devil right there.
That's what I said, Wags. I said Kim Mulkey makes her look good. That girl right there. That's the devil.
They come in all forms, gents. They come in all forms, and right there's one of them.
There you go, Wags. I'm glad you could see that. You could almost see the horns coming out.
Yeah, she's looking straight through your fucking soul, man.
No,
you always a big tell is the eyes, right? If they've got crazy eyes,
those are bedroom eyes.
Those are some crazy eyes right there. They could do a lot of damage.
Right there.
Lorena Bobbitt kind of eyes right there. Bucky, I wanted to ask you a sports thing.
Okay.
So, we heard the other day that now the Yankees can play with a beard.
Yes.
Did you hear that now they're not going to play Sinatra's song after a loss? They're getting rid of that.
New York's not coming up?
No mas. They're done with that too. So there's all kinds of stuff going on over there.
Well, they still gave Booney a 2-year extension, so they're still being stupid. So
what are they going to play? Are they just going to have silence after they lose? Do we know?
I think you just walk out. People are going to be crying like intern Mason. I guess is what.
Poor Mason.
That is great. So you've got okay. If they win, they'll still play it, but if they lose, they won't. They won't play it anymore.
Yeah, poor Mason. You can't get rid of Rodney Terry. Can you imagine what Mason will be like if Rodney Terry's gone?
Doing a lot of crying right there.
Man, oh man,
A whole lot of crying.
It's a
Whole lot of
mess.
crying.
I
All
see
right,
it
guys,
shaking.
before we get out of here.
Oh, the randomizer.
shaking.
Yeah, let that baby shake.
Randomizer shaking. Quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, by the way, since Double R and I are both rocking the pullovers this morning from Waterloo. Shout out to them for making all of our gear. But we've got to give away the Cabo Bobs.
Pullovers, boss.
We can get you some.
Right on. There's been some fans that have actually reached out to me asking where they can get some of our apparel.
Oh, Twitter. We're selling our hats on Twitter right now. We've got the new rope hats.
There
I
it
like
is.
Robots. Yeah, baby.
There it
Get these to
is.
you guys.
Lock
but
it in.
yeah, we're not messing around. All right, we give people stuff too. We don't just ask for your money. We give y'all stuff here. And the
Yeah, but
randomizer
asking
is
for your money so much more fun.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The randomizer won't ask for anything. We're just giving a winner right now for our $50 Cabo Bob's gift card from the Coda text line 512-7255.
Very nice.
Is the winner today. Said, great show, guys. Thanks for the awesome giveaways. Thank you for saying that. Appreciate the kind words. And by the way, if you didn't win, Open Gym will have a giveaway this afternoon from 4 to 6. So you'll have another opportunity to win that $50 Cabo Bob's gift card.
All right, boys. Listen, have a great Monday. Enjoy this weather. You're going to love this over the next couple of days. Get out there, Rodney. Get the gardens ready. Get the Wags. Get the yard. You're going to do some shrubs with Wags. It's time to take out some of the old stuff. You can cut them away and put in some new stuff now. It's time.
I'm trying.
It's
I'm trying
time.
to sound like my wife.
Get your ass out there and get some yard work done.
She
Hey,
got me out there in the damn yard already, man.
Wags isn't going to do some shrubs. He's going to do some shrooms.
Yeah.
Come on, get it straight.
All right, I was out there with the shovel yesterday picking up the dog crap, and I just kind of took it on, still on my property on the other side of the fence. My wife's like, "Would you do something with that?" I'm like, "What do I do with it? Can I go get a big hole and just put the crap and put dirt over it? I don't want to have crap burial grounds.
You're helping your neighbor out if you throw it on their lawn. It's fertilizer.
No, they've got some stuff. You don't know what I feed my dogs. It ain't helping the grass. I guarantee you that. But you know what I do? I put some dirt. I do if it gets warm like it's going to get the next couple of days, I'll put some dirt over it and it'll harden real quick, and then it's okay. But when it's fresh and soft, sort of like yours, Wags, when it's soft like that, it's not good. Too many chemicals in there. You need to let the sun harden it a little bit.
God.
All right, boys, have a good one.
See y'all.
Oh,
welcome
to Chaos Theory. We are Flintstone kids, 10 million strong and growing. Yes. Oh my goodness. The crosstalk is what you're here for. It's not us.
I'll tell you.
Crosstalk.
Yeah.
My goodness, partner. Welcome to Chaos Theory on this wonderful Monday, February 24th, 2025. We got a great show lined up for you. We got our top 5 candidates that we'll be talking about. We also need to talk about the spring game. A couple of my buddies sent me some messages, talking about Sark. I don't know. We might be talking about that. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they're just bullshitting because they're saying that, there's no spring game or there's no orange and white game. What the hell is going on with Sark here? I don't know. We'll break it down. We'll get your thoughts on spring football. See if you guys. I thought we already kind of talked a little bit about it, but now that it's officially not going to happen, let's get your all's official thoughts. And also let's talk about the weekend. We got to talk. We would be remiss if we look, guys. It's starting to get to that time of year. You guys know it. We're starting to wear our hoodies. Well, for me or for some of us, a lot of us wear our hoodies almost all the time, but you start to feel that frigid air. You start to feel the hockey season upon you, right? Ovechkin's 13 goals away. He had a hat trick last night against the Oilers there from Edmonton. 13 goals away from the Great One's goal record, not point record, goal record here. So, of course, we will be talking about this as we hone in on this record as he begins his finishes up his great chase. But yeah, we would be remiss if I didn't talk about that. So thank you for granting me a little bit of the spotlight there to give our credit and our dues to the Washington Capitals, who seem to be some of the best skaters in the NHL right now. Rodney, how are you, sir?
I'm good, man. Good? Weekend was good, man. To talk about a topsy-turvy, freezing
racing too, huh?
Yeah, good race in Atlanta this week. Heading to Austin, Circuit of the Americas, Echo Park Grand Prix. You need to get out there. It's going to be fun. I had a busy weekend around here yesterday. So, McCall Custom Homes and everything that they're doing here. So they have a big dumpster out in front of our house. So the wife and I are like, let's clean the garage. Man, I'm sore today, Wags. I was like, manual labor yesterday. I cleaned so much shit yesterday out of my garage.
Rodney, I'm sorry. Jake's just trying to piss me off. Just fire. He's just firing right out of the gate. I'm with you here, Jake. All right. But here's another reason. They're two different fucking excuse me. They're two different positions. All right. It's like we're going back and we're getting ready to talk about Messi and Ronaldo here, man. You know what I mean? Or Crosby and Ovechkin. You can't compare. It's hard to compare a center to a forward, in my opinion. I know they're offensive players, but the center does everything, man. When you play the dot, you play everything. But yeah, I think you're right, Jake. If Mario doesn't get sick, what the hell? I mean, we might. Something magical could have happened between Mario and Yamir. So, if you're a hockey fan, you were robbed, right? You just were.
I think it was.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Rodney. Go ahead.
No.
You can't make a comment like that and expect me not to say something. But
I think it was brilliant timing. Like I was saying the other day, coming off of the Four Nations deal, to where you had two games early in the morning, at 11, and then I guess at 2 or 1 or whatever time it was on Saturday, 2 NHL games on like Network ABC, man. I'm like, boom, there you go. I mean, that's how you carry that. And the Capitals were one of them. So I think there are going to be a lot of new eyeballs that are going to be following this little trick right here as this happens. So, yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be fun to watch, and we can chronicle that because it is. We're just going to be kind of creeping at that. Longhorn Bear talking about, yeah, man, my garage was, it was boxes. It was all this different stuff. I found stuff in there. My wife is like, how many empty beer boxes could you hide in here? We got them all out. And we're good to go. We are good to go. But yeah, ready to watch the trek right here in hockey. This is going to be fun to watch.
Also, guys, keep in mind we have our ideas for top five segment that we do on Friday here. We have to get the candidates. Mostly my wife's. Oh, gotcha. In the garage. Gotcha. But we got to get the candidates. Think about what's going down around this time of year. Hockey movies would be a good one. Ooh, top 5 hockey movies. That would be a good. We could throw that down as one of the candidates there. But yeah, we will decide our top 5 on Thursday when we put them in the wheel. But we need to use this hour a little bit to conjure up a little bit of some of our ideas for the top 5.
Yeah.
So throw them in the comment section for you guys.
What are we at right now? We're at the end of February. We're kind of in that. I don't know. Yeah, top 5 is really good. And remember, guys, it doesn't have to be sports related. I mean, last week we were talking about, ideally sports is good, but I mean, it doesn't have to be that. So
I like a good mesh of both. I like taking the multiverse here and kind of twisting it and turning it.
Correlate them. You know what I mean? Because
if you can get a sports movie that's got a event that's going down right now, or maybe that revolves around a period piece that kind of syncs up with our calendar, even if that's possible. That's weird. I know that's weird. Maybe watch a soccer movie during Christmas or something, when they paused the Great War or World War I. You know what I mean? Apparently they played soccer on Christmas Day during World War I. Maybe watch a World War I movie or a soccer movie. I don't know. It's weird, but that's kind of where my mind's going on this wild Monday here, man. Love to hear your thoughts, though. Make sure you hit us up on that code text line, too, if you hadn't done so. 512-222-9328. And yeah, hockey movies would absolutely slap. There's a lot. Youngblood too. I think Youngblood's probably with Rob Lowe. That was one of my first prepubescent.
The Mighty Ducks
movies. Mighty Ducks is a good one there, but I mean, I think I remember I remember seeing like side boob or like some naked girls in Youngblood, man. Real coming of error type of. Pat P. Swayze might have been in Youngblood too. I don't know. I have to jar my memory here.
Mm-hmm.
Mighty Ducks 1 through 3. I can't remember 3. I struggle. I know they go to like the prep school, but I usually struggle to remember that movie. We'll have to get your thoughts. But yeah, hockey movies right now. That's a good one. That's one to throw into the wheel, as we shall. All right, partner, where do you want to go first? Man?
Hey, I want to mention.
Go ahead.
Speaking of cold, I mean, people that went out in the cold this Saturday, I guess, because you had the Austin FC, and of course now we got Stu Myrick. It's going to be doing some remote stuff, and I'm assuming that he'll be at Coda doing some stuff as well. And then there was a college baseball tournament at Dell Diamond. I know that they were playing on Saturday, and it was freezing cold around here. And from what I heard, both of those places were well attended. So it sounds like we've got good sports stuff happening here, and fans that are going to show up. They're going to show up. Texas, they moved the games up. The wife said, we need to take in a Texas baseball game. She said that Saturday, let's take in a Texas baseball game. I said, they're playing at 1 o'clock today. They moved it up. She said, not today. It's too cold. It is way too cold. Wags, what the spring game? Let's kind of touch on that when you mentioned that. I think, and I did hear that Chris Del Conte, I think he was talking to Bobby Burton and said that there's going to be a fan fest. And I think that you have to have something to introduce people to the team. I mean, I know that you've got Arch, you've got all the different people that are coming back, but look, man, it's really expensive to go to a football game. And you don't have that close, intimate experience in a massive facility like DKR. I think you got to have something. I mean, leave the football out, do whatever you're going to do. Like we talk about Pro Bowl becoming a whatever. With this, you have to do something. I think you have to do something because you have to acclimate our public, the Texas fans, with the football team. I think that's super important. If you're not going to play, that's fine. I get all of that, but you got to have something.
Well, what would you have? What would the something be in place? Do you have an idea?
My thought is you do something where it's like an autograph session,
maybe like a meet and greet with the fans.
Yeah, exactly. It's a meet and greet where you can go out and just kind of walk up. I see the 7-on-7 idea. I've seen that a lot as well, where that's been tossed around. But again, 7-on-7, that could be an injury type of thing. But what this needs to be, it needs to be a meet and greet where fans can get up in front of these dudes and get to know, it doesn't have to be the Arch Mannings, and it doesn't have to be, it's the other guys. It's the other guys that everybody doesn't know. Get to talk to them, get to meet them, have that interaction with them. I think I would do a meet and greet type of thing. I mean, you could do a skills challenge.
I would want something that's a good idea, but I would want something to like more intimate than just like a NIL signing or like a like a memorabilia or like an autograph signing or something like that. A luncheon would be cool. I don't know how many people that would, or I don't know how many fans would be able to do a luncheon. I think I don't know how many waivers you would have to sign to get this, but I think maybe I saw a 7-on-7 mention. What about a 7-on-7 with the fan base? You know what I mean? Like you get, and again, this could have a lot of, lawsuits or, just bad juju all over it if something went wrong during this hypothetical here. But what say you guys on maybe like a combined little two-hand touch game of 7-on-7 between some of our favorite Longhorns and some of the Longhorns that we don't even get to see, or some of the upcoming Longhorns that don't get to see some of the field that often, or don't get to see too much of the field that often. What if we were able, some of us were able to get out there, relive our youth, and play against some of the best out there on the 40? Now, look, that's probably never going to happen, but again, that to me, that's the type of stuff that I would be more interested in or more intrigued to go to, and instead of like an autograph signing or something like that.
Mm-hmm. I think the other part of it too is where you do it like a meet and greet type of whatever, kind of fireside chat. whatever you want to call it in politics, where you do these kind of things. This is where you get the lifetime Longhorns back that want to be a part of this. And this is, again, doesn't have to be Vince Young, Colt McCoy. I mean, the people that we're inundated with all the time. I mean, it's like where you invite Letterman back. I mean, you invite them back to be a part of this celebration of the football season that's coming up. And it can be like that, to where, whether it, ideally, I think it's at the stadium to where you have that ambiance right there. And by all means, let it be free, like the spring game always has been. You know, just let people be a part of the program. Let them feel the field. Let them be a part of that, because it really is. If you look at going to a football game right now, I mean, it's damn near impossible. I mean, if it's a regular working Joe family of 4, 5, 6, whatever it is, it's a big dime to drop if you want to go to these games. Even if it's it doesn't have to be a prime time, huge SEC conference game. I mean, even the stuff early in the season, it's really hard to go to, but you got to have that connection. I mean, you got to have the connection. Texas fans are going to be Texas fans regardless, as long as you're winning. But I think if you start the season out with something of a fan fest, to where you have music out there, like Longhorn City Limits and all that.
Phrase that you just said there?
Longhorn Fan Fest.
No, you stop. You know exactly what the hell you said. As long as you're winning. As long as you're winning.
Yeah. I mean,
you can. Yeah. Hell, man. Yeah, this fan base. It's very. I won't say impatient. Right? Is the word that I use, but it's along those lines of just be happy go lucky type of. If it's not going exactly the perfect way, then we kind of start doomsdaying it, right away, immediately, almost. And then see, I told you, they're good. It's almost like that fan base commercial. You know what I mean? Where they the first play of the game goes for like an incompletion or whatever, and then that's it. There goes the season. There it goes. That's kind of what the Texas fan base does sometimes. We kind of doomsday and throw everything up into a mushroom cloud, when really it's our overreaction. There's really not that bad of a scenario that's rolling out before us.
Yeah, and that's the thing right now, is that there's so much momentum with this program and now, I mean, I think it's even better that you do it right now, that you do something like this, Wags, because you have probably one of the most with Arch Manning, that's going to be the quarterback now, you've got probably one of the most electric figures that you've had in college football for some time, that's now going to be the leader of your program. And I mean, I'm not saying you put him front and center out there and let him, want to kiss babies and everyone in the freaking city of Austin. But I mean, you put him out there and make him just a little bit accessible, because you have a commodity right now that people are just coveting to see. And if you have him there at no charge, and you just let him roll in, he's going to sign an autograph or two, sign a football, whatever the case is. I think that would bode really well. And you don't need a football game. I think in this case, you don't need a football game. Honestly think, I mean, just with health, I think just with different, people that could come in here and spy. I mean, all of these different things. And that's the other part of it, where a lot of people are saying with collusion and all these different things. The spring game has always been so vanilla. You're not going to see anything in the spring game that you're not. I mean, it's generic. I mean, it's like running 24 dive. I mean, it's as generic as you can find. But you do get the fan base engaged, have some music, have some food, have some fun, get them out there, let them rub elbows with these guys, and hell, get the other sports involved too. I mean, get the other sports involved. I mean, I think that it's something where it could be a total Texas fan fest.
What do you have envisioned here, Rodney?
I have like a huge party. I have like Horn Bash. Horn Bash, except they stay sober, Wags. They don't do what we did.
Gotcha.
But it's one of those things where it's like a fan inclusion thing. Just let them get to know these guys. Let them get to know them.
Well, from one fan base to another fan base, or I guess from one program to another program, rather. No, I'm not talking about Texas baseball. Texas basketball happened over the weekend too. And when I say it happened, man, it really happened. I know that we flirted with the disastrous idea of what if. Damn if it didn't come to fruition. I didn't think it would. I really didn't think it would be possible. But South Carolina, call it the home dog, call it whatever you want to call it. But the Longhorns did not prevail. And I want to say, gave Carolina their first victory. I mean, it wasn't I mean, you didn't show up. You did not show up in that gym. Absolutely terrible. I wish I would have done my arms and shoulders are absolutely sore yesterday, Rodney. I'll send you a picture. The popcorn stuff. I don't know if you can see it on the.
Oh God!
I don't
Did
know
you
if you
pull
can
that
see
down?
Can you see the popcorn on my ceiling down up there? I can't adjust my camera. But anyways, our ceiling has popcorn, like the popcorn fixture. We did, except for one small section in the first floor, we did the entire first floor. My shoulders are on fire. It's awful. But we did it on Sunday. And we elected to do it on Sunday so I could watch the games on Saturday. There was some good basketball on Saturday. The Longhorns basketball game was not one of them. 84-69, disappointing defeat there. And honestly, that's probably it. We sit here and flirt with the idea of, hey, where we at on everybody's list. You know what I mean? Like, are we dancing? Are we getting in? Are we bubble watching here? That bubble's been bursted. After a terrible loss like that, you can't give a team like South Carolina a victory. I'm sure in their own gym, great. But you lost your ticket to the dance. That's for sure. It doesn't matter what Ken Palm has you in the rankings, because they're not going to have you in. That's for sure. And Lenard, and don't even give a shit about Lenardi's watch either. So I don't know.
Last thought on
that was a tough one on Saturday, man.
Last thought on that football thing. How about a 7-on-7 like baseball does? Alumni versus these guys. We talked about that last week also, Wags. It's like, I mean, just don't lose this game. Just don't lose this game. And as I was watching this, it would be one thing if South Carolina came out and gave like a Herculean performance that was like one of the best that you've seen all season, and they did different things that it was like, they beat a tournament team that they still gave Texas opportunities to win this ball game, and it was just totally uninspired. And this is where you go back to you have to go back and look at coaching. You have to go back and look at locker room. You got one dude on this team that's able to make plays. And I think just in the manner that Texas lost this to me, I still see it. I still see him in the tournament, different places that you look, but it's like, okay, do you really need to be in the tournament? Is my thought. I mean, do you really need to be in the tournament?
Is South Carolina going to be in the tournament, Rodney?
Not even close, brother.
Okay.
Not even close.
Okay.
That's kind of my whole thought with this is like totally uninspired. It was like, why'd you even go? I mean, you should have stayed on the bus. And
I'm pretty sure that sealed the Longhorns' fate on Saturday with that loss. But if they maybe, and let's be optimistic, okay? They win by some miraculous way. They win the Big 12. I almost said it again. They win the SEC tournament, right? They win out the rest of their games here. They went out the SEC tournament, and that not just went out. They beat teams by like 10. They dribble the ball out, right? They don't finish on the line. They don't finish at the charity stripe, trying to extend the ball game or prolong the ball game. It's a dribble out. Convincing victories. I'm stating here by the Longhorns. Even if that happens, they still would need a miracle on decision day, on Selection Sunday, for the Longhorns to get the invitation to the dance. That very well could be in the NIT. And now, look, I know, a lot of the question is, especially, leading this morning, is if you come to our YouTube channel, you are going to see the leading question coming into this channel. Does the Longhorns men's basketball team need a new coach? Rodney, you want my answer? Yes. Here's who who are we going to get? That's always the question, right? Who's going to be the succession plan, right? I don't know. Could you pry Underwood away from Illinois? Could you get some of the big names? Could you get Pearl? I mean, some of these guys are. I think I was looking at Underwood. I think Underwood's under contract until 2032 or something, or 33, something like that. I had the article pulled up. I got to pull it up again. But yeah, there's some coaches that I would love to see walk on campus of this 40. But I mean, like, how in the hell do we get them here after just the spiraling of this program and it doesn't just start with Rodney Terry. It kind of spiraled out of control with the whole Chris Beard thing. And how do we remedy this, and how do we make this attractive enough for a marquee headline coach to come here and honestly salvage what's going on, because this is a roster that could make the tournament, right? And it just underperforms week in and week out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you get them here because it's just the whole, is Texas the destination basketball job? No, but the school is, and the money.
Scott Drew or Mark Few. I don't think Drew or Few would leave, guys.
Scott Drew is number 2 on my list. Honestly, that's a guy where I'd like Scott Drew. Nate Oates is a guy that I'd really like to have here.
Oates is the guy that I would like.
That's a guy that I'd like to have. And you know what else I like about those dudes? They're young. Yeah. I mean, you bring those in, because I heard BK mention this, kind of stole my thunder, but I think that was kind of the plan when Chris Beard came here, was that's going to be a guy that's going to lead the program for 15 years. And I think that's what you need. And for Rodney Terry, it was one of those things to where I think it's just a little bit too much for him. And this is where you go. I think what we saw the other day, that was the moment that we had in baseball with David Pierce. And then you had the Charlie Strong deal with Kansas to where you see him, and it's like, that's just a beaten coach. And the bright lights, the expectations, everything has kind of outshined them. And you've got to do something different. You've got to go in here and shake this thing up, and you will get a big hire. I mean, you're going to have a big hire, but who are you going to get? And do some of these guys that we're talking about, Scott Drew, Nate Oates, I mean, the different guys, do they want to leave the programs that they're in to come here? Because look, if you come here and you turn this into a perennial, it's a perennial tournament team, but you turn this into a perennial conference contending, NCAA tournament winning team, that's a big damn deal.
Yeah, I'm with Joe K here. I would love to have Nate Oates, but there's just no way that he's leaving Bama right now, man. They got something building pretty special in Tuscaloosa there. Let's see.
I keep seeing Royale Ivy thrown out a lot. And look, man, I love the great things that he did here. Now an assistant with the Rockets, and maybe something there where you can build with that guy. But I think a lot of the Royale Ivy thing, and again, this is not to discount anything about him. I think it's one of those things to where it's like, he's one of our guys. Kind of the whole comfort hire thing, when it's like, when the secondary thing came up, and much as it should have been, a lot of folks were Dwayne Aquina. Well, maybe let's kind of go outside the box a little bit. We don't have to have a homeboy in here.
Billy Donovan. Jake brings up Billy Donovan in the chat. Billy Donovan's another name that kind of, that renders some might too. I don't know what the contract is on this guy, and I can't believe I'm about to throw him out there. Maybe it's just because I've seen a clip surfacing on social media, but what about Rick? What about the mighty Rick, huh?
Pitino?
Yeah, what about Rick Pitino here?
I don't know, man.
Do we God, see, that's just it. Like, and now I just walk that back just with the thought that I just had there. Do we give in to the sacrifice of the gods and bring in Pitino here and bring him on the 40 acres and see what the hell can happen? I mean,
it's like as a basketball
it's working out with St. John's right now, but usually where he stays at long enough, man, it gets a little foul. All right.
And if
you want to invite that, if you're wanting to invite that onto your campus, into your program. And Jake, I'm with you. Too old for sure. 100, too old. But the dude can win. The dude finds ways to win, man. And apparently the dude ain't struggling on the yeah, he's getting some players. He's getting some hoopers up in that area, man. So again, there's just a lot to pull from. I'm sorry, Rodney, I'm distracted. I got bit by. We were doing everything last night, and I was moving the plants back outside, and apparently there was some ants that have nested into some of my wife's plants that were in the garage, and I didn't notice. And as I was moseying around them, I got a whole swarm of them, man. I got some nice welts on my hand here.
Oh, that's great.
And I just popped one of the damn bites by accident, and now it's itching like crazy and seeping. So
nice.
Excuse me, if you see me moving this a little bit, I apologize, good sir.
You can take some Benadryl. Take some Benadryl.
Yeah. Usually, I just don't like taking it.
Oh, no, I get you. The Patino thing, I mean, the older thing, yeah, there's that. The age thing is going to be a factor. Like I said, I think that you're wanting to build for a substantial future, whatever here. But the whole thing is with Patino, if you bring that dude in, and again, the history that he has, and again, none of that is here, but it's very counterintuitive to what you did with Chris Beard, where you had a situation like that, and then you throw that dude out. So, that's where it's so weird, because the basketball side of me says, oh yeah, hell, try it. I mean, but I think that would be a bridge, but I think they're going to go chase a good young aspiring coach.
Yeah,
and I think you can get him here.
I threw out Underwood's name too. Underwood's a little bit older too, I think. I don't know his age, but I think he's up around, I don't know if he's as old as Patino. Patino's old. Patino looks like he's a walking skeleton almost, man. A lot of the alcohol. The 72 is actually reflecting there. Underwood might be like 55 or some shit like that.
Well, but I don't think that. I mean, if he's 55, I mean, I think that's a dude that you can get, 10, 15 years out of, and goes back to you build a really good staff, and then you kind of have like the pieces in place.
61. He is 61.
Okay, that's kind of right there on the cusp.
Yeah, that's kind of too old. I'm not gonna say anything's too old, but I mean 72 is too old, right? 72 is too old.
Yeah, maybe a little much, and I think it's just a little. Unfortunately, I think it's too much baggage right there that you're going to bring in.
A lot of baggage. You were inviting a lot. You want to talk about what we saw at the beginning of the show with the bedroom eyes, with the devil eyes?
Yeah,
you're inviting the devil into your playground,
and it is. If you hadn't exited arguably one of the best coaches, the best coach maybe that you ever had here, if you hadn't exited that dude for something like that, I think that it wouldn't be a good look. A good look is Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Weekly specials right there on the website. Go check them out. Your new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Man, what a beautiful drive it is out there to the beautiful hill country of Central Texas. Go check them out. They will set you up service-based to take care of all of your service. It is our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not ever. Was talking about Fan Fest. There kind of is a little bit of a Fan Fest. It's not personal, but you can go to passes.com/Texas One Fund, and that's where you can get into memorabilia, VIP experiences, different tailgate parties. You can get one-on-one conversation and get to know the athletes at the University of Texas. Of course, Passes teaming up there with the Texas One Fund. Texas One Fund doing amazing things for UT athletics. You don't need to go to the stadium. You can do it that way as well. You sign up at passes.com/Texas One Fund. Get that interaction, get to know those players, get to know this baseball team, get to know this women's basketball team that's doing really, really cool things. They may be number one, because I saw Notre Dame lost yesterday. So Vic Schaefer and the ladies may be number one when that poll comes out, I think a little bit later today. Check it out at passes.com/Texas One Fund. Good stuff right there.
Yes, it is. You know what else? I mean, from program to program, real quick before we jump from basketball and slide into baseball here, we need you can't allow the opposition to get to the line 45 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got to have somebody else. You kind of mentioned it, right? But I'll just piggyback off of you. You can't have. Sorry, I had something flying around.
Is that a flying ant?
I don't know what the hell that was. You can't have just one dude show up every night, right?
Yeah.
And we know he's a generational talent. We know he's a superstar. And look, the dude can essentially put up 30, game in and game out here, but he needs help, right? Like Batman needed the Hall of Justice at times, right? He couldn't take on the entire world. It's tough for Trey Johnson. It just is. And he had to know, well, I don't know. He probably, looking at the roster, you're like, all right, there's some talent. There's some dudes on this roster, but he couldn't think that it would be this tough of sledding each week or each game. So again, tribute and hats off to this young man for, continuing to fight instead of just, throwing your hat in or basically just hanging it up essentially. Tribute to, at least that's something to see, is, that young man's talent when you're watching the Longhorns. But at this point, guys, I don't think there's much that the Longhorns can do moving forward to punch their ticket or to get an invitation to the men's tournament. I think Saturday's loss to the Gamecocks kind of solidified our fate.
And the way timing. I mean, you can't dictate what the schedule does, but I think that week off right there, probably, I saw some mention there in the chat line where that probably wasn't the best friend for Texas coming off of the win, and then having the week off right there, and then it is just kind of an epic letdown. It was like, if you're going to have a week off and you're going to come out and lose, I wish it was to somebody other than them, because we said you cannot lose this game. And I think the other part of that is you look at what's left here, Wags. You're on the road at Arkansas Wednesday, and then you got Georgia here on Saturday, then at Mississippi State, and then Oklahoma on March 8th on Saturday. So you look at that. I mean, I look at that and I'm like, well, okay, maybe 1-3. I mean, am I being a little bit too out of control here, saying that's 1-3?
No, I don't think you're out of control, but I don't think anything's out of control at this point. Like,
yeah. I think they're going to get in. I think they're going to get in.
I'm being very pessimistic right now.
Yeah.
And again, we talked about what the Longhorn fan base does with doomsdaying. Case in point, right here. So, you're watching it unfold live. So,
and I think the definite, and it's so weird to me because it seems to be like I was saying at mid-season, to where it's like, okay, Rodney Terry's got to go. Somebody else has got to come in here. It's like I don't hear that as much right now, to where it's like a misnomer now that we know that's going to happen, and it's like, we can throw different coaches out and so forth, but it's like it's kind of a given at this point, and that really did seem like that moment. It was just Wags that they just looked totally uninspired.
That's what it was. They're besides Trey Johnson, who else showed up?
That's it, and that's where you go back to where that's been the theme.
You gave 45 opportunities. 45 opportunities, man. That's crazy, Rodney. The opposition shot 45 free shots. Free shots.
Yeah. They still tried to get you in the game, and you couldn't figure out a way to do it. That's the most disappointing part. I mean, that really is the most disappointing part. And look, here's my true candid thought on this whole thing. Every now and then,
35 of them, by the way. I don't know if you guys need to point that out.
When you have to go in and change needs to be made, every now and then you have these moments that have to happen to really accelerate the change. And I think that's what happened the other night. Man, I hope they get really inspired and they go on a run right here and they play for their coaches is what I hope. But it comes back to what you said, Wags. It's one dude. It's one dude.
One dude, and if you're the opposition, it's, hey, let him get his 30 and we'll stop everybody else.
There you go. There you go. I mean, that's a whole thing. Transition offense, transition defense isn't good.
Slow the Longhorns down. Move them into half court ball, and let Trey Johnson get his 30, and we'll be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't see a magnificent run coming right here, a magical run, anything where you're going to get into the tournament, go win at least win a game in the SEC tournament, I think is a first order of business. To split this 4-game run.
If you can't win a game in the SEC tournament, there's I mean, don't get me wrong, the SEC has had some studs, have had some stalwarts this season, but come on, man, you're talking about the best of the best and you can't win a game in your conference.
Yeah. And that's where the collapses happen right here. And
who couldn't win a game in their conference? South Carolina couldn't win a game in their conference until Saturday, and then they did.
They did emphatically at that.
Yeah, dominating. All right, so from basketball to baseball. After the cancellation, Longhorns went on and got the sweep, good sir, over Dartmouth. That damn Andy Bernard came out to play with the boys from where did he go? It's Cornell, and it's the highest rank in the Army, according to Creed. I don't know if you are a Office fan or not, Rodney, but I happen to be an avid watcher of The Office. But yeah, I was just giving you some Office quotes right there. But yeah, the Longhorns getting the sweep over Dartmouth, and got a good little taste of Texas baseball in the weekend. Good sir, how are you feeling about us?
Yeah, I know a couple of the wins were tight, and so
again, we're not playing now. We're not playing SEC baseball yet. Okay,
I know that's kind of the knee jerk thing to where, well, you're barely sneaking by Dartmouth. Come on, man, let's give it. It was cold.
Let's dress it up the way I dressed it. We got a sweep. Okay, It was a sweep.
Yeah,
let's live on this for at least a couple of days.
Like we were talking about, that basketball team.
And yes, what Jake just points out, pitching looks okay.
Yeah,
pitching looks okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think that you do have a little bit of something right there to build off of, and that was the main thing, because that is a question that we talked about last week.
Weiner, I've got a soundbite in here for you guys too. I got a sounder, Max Weiner's, and it's completely random. I have a girl with a drop that she was just reading something. Maybe she read like a name that said Max Weiner back in the day. It was like 4 years ago too. So I don't know if Max was on the come up back then either, but I mean, look, maybe the name was rocking and rolling too. But yeah, she just gives a random reading of Max Weiner's. And so if I can find that sounder and put it in here, we got to have that every time we start talking about Max. We got to pull up that drop. Anyways, sorry, Rodney, I'm all over the place on this Monday. Go ahead, good sir.
Then we got Incarnate Word, and then on the road to Vegas. So there you go for this team. And again, the expectation thing is something that we talked about. This is Jim Schlossnagel's coming over here, and it's. But again, pitching did look good. Pitching looked consistent, and that's the main thing that I want to see out of this. I mean, I want to see continuity. I want to see consistency, and I want to see the pitching rotation build itself to where it's going to be solid. And if that's any idea, I think we're on the right path. We're in good hands here with Slosh.
And I don't think that this is an underlying statistic or metric in baseball. I feel like the team, and I have no stats to prove this whatsoever. I feel like when the team wins by small ball, or not so much small ball, when they can manufacture runs without relying on the long ball or the home run to kind of clear the pond and get the ducks in, I feel like that's a better mark of a better hitting team. If that makes any sense at all to you, Rodney. Yeah. And those of you guys that are listening, all of us in our community here, please weigh in too. Like maybe I'm completely off with that. But anyway, like you don't have to hit home runs to have hit, hard hit balls or hard hit, well hit contact or making well hit contact around the ballpark there, right? Like if you're still able to manufacture runs, big deal if it leaves the park or not, right? Now, granted, it's fun, going back to the season with like, God, what was the name that we called Melendez? The Titanic, the Hispanic Titanic.
Titanic.
It's fun to have seasons with the Hispanic Titanic, right? Where people are able to match the yard, and you can find a player that can get you 30 home runs in a season. That's cool. That's great. But it's also, for me, it's fun to watch, to see the runs manufactured. Again, I don't know if that's a metric that is the mark of a good hitting or a well hitting ball club, but I feel like that's one of the marks or one of the metrics that I go by. To finish it off on Sunday with a 4-1 victory, great defense, good pitching, bullpen looks good. Consider the opposition though, guys. We're still, I don't want to say that it's the cupcake part of the schedule, but it is, right? Until you get to the SEC, we really don't know how we're gonna mount up to anybody until we get into our litmus test.
Yeah, Rodriguez and Mendoza yesterday, for example, had multi-hit games right there, and that's what you have to do. I mean, you have to generate that offense. You got to get the dudes on the base pads, and the other thing is you can't leave them stranded. That was the thing that frustrated me to the 10th degree this past year with the Houston Astros, where you had dudes that could get on base, but you left them stranded and you weren't getting anything out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what you have to have right here. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to have somebody belting it, out of the park. But if you have that dude in the lineup somewhere, and then you bring that dude in there and he clears base pads. But it really is, you got to get these dudes on, and it really ain't that bad of a thing to play a little small ball every now and then. And I think that's
good to win multiple ways, right? I say it all the time. If you
can
win multiple ways, you're looking good. You're a well-orchestrated team.
Yeah. And what I like about this first part of the baseball season is the Incarnate Word is coming up next. And that's something where baseball is a little bit different because, the SEC is going to be a gauntlet, everything that's going to happen right here. But you get some of these non-league games, some of these non-con games that you're playing in baseball, and those are really good teams. I mean, they're really good teams. They got that's where baseball is so different that we talk about all the time, to where it's like baseball literally is going to throw you a curveball each and every time that you get on the diamond. And that's what I love about this, where you have these games against Incarnate Word, against Dartmouth, Washington's coming up, when you go to Vegas, to where it's like, these are really, really good tests that you're going to get early on. And you're going to need it because this conference thing is going to be out of control.
You ain't kidding, partner. From the collegiate diamond to the professional diamond, you watch any spring ball?
I did. I watched the Astros.
I watched the going yard for the Sox there.
Yeah, I watched the Astros yesterday. I saw Juan Soto against the Astros. First at bat, boom, gone. Number 22. Sheesh.
Magic in that bat, buddy. Magic in that bat.
Sheesh. I want to tell you, that dude right there, that's one of them hellacious talents right there, man. Yeah, but it's time to get I mean, spring league stuff happening right now, and that's a nice thing about it. Middle of the day, if you ain't got nothing going on, find MLB, find one of these regional things, turn that shit on, and you can watch some good baseball.
Yep, and as Jake mentions, 1 in 5 your marks coming up.
Mm-hmm.
1 in 5 your marks. Make sure you got some appointment setting for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, partner, where do you want to go on the slate next?
Hey, dude. Before that, how about we talk about our man Tom McKay?
Yeah, let's give him a shout out, man. Best in the business, dude. Been doing it since 1988, setting the standard in audiovisual automation. Make sure you give him a call at 512-255-8678. It is hockey season after all, and watch Ovechkin chase down Gretzky's goal record here. 13 more. And give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com, or go to the website at avconsultations.com to see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 38 years. Now, 35 years. My math's off. It is this ant bite, I guess. Man, maybe I'm going to turn into a superhero here. Anyways, whether you're watching your superheroes on your TV or you're watching your favorite Longhorns on your screen, it's all deadly, and you get it done with audiovisual consultations. Again, that number is 512-255-8678, or that website that go to see the gallery projects is avconsultations.com, friends. Again, it's avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Also, McCall Custom Homes. They're, like I've talked about, they're here working at my place, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. They can turn your dreams into reality. We are our master bath that we've been wanting to get in this certain thing for the longest time. They're coming in here and making that thing happen. And let me tell you something, they are doing it in a very timely manner. And the other part of it, each and every step that we are going, man, they are telling us exactly what's going on. Here's the schedule. Here's what we're doing today. I'll tell you what, the crews come in and they are all over it. And Mr. McCall is here most of the time, also getting his hands dirty. That's the other part of it. The dude is here working. They will get you fixed up, whether it's that bathroom renovation, whether you want to transform your living room, your kitchen space, whatever it is. You can combine Tom McKay and McCall Custom Homes right there and put yourself something together really well. Check them out. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today. Second story of the house. They can probably do that for you too. As a matter of fact, they can. Check them out and they will take care of you. Matt will be here himself and he will take care of you. Call Custom Homes, proud supporters here of Chaos Theory. Wags, man, Pop. Bad news for Pop. Bad news for the Spurs. The Spurs news keeps getting worse. Spurs didn't have a good week.
When was this? Now, could this be? I don't think there is a timetable on when, or a return table on when Pop is looking to form a return to the Spurs, if at all, right?
Yeah, I don't know why I said Matt. It's Mike. I talk to him every day. Thinking of Matt McCall and Leander. That's another guy. Jeez.
So when did you want this move to happen? Or when would be the perfect time for Pop to exit stage right?
Now, I mean, and I think the whole thing is you've got an assistant in place that has put the team in a good spot. You know, it's funny, our conversation, like we were talking about when Wemby, goes out, it's like, okay, we were talking about them maybe being a play-in team to now, playing for a draft pick, but still, they continue to progress. And I think for Pop, it's in the best interest for him. I mean, he needs to put his health first. And when I heard stroke, it's like, man, that's going to be really hard. I mean, the energy to do this job, that's really tough. But, now we're seeing the long-term future about it really in question. I think Pop needs to step away, and I think it really is, for the franchise. And Pop is very much a franchise guy, Wags, to where it's like, okay, this is my time to get away from here and let the franchise go in that next direction. You've made the trade for Wemby to have his Robin that we were talking about with Batman and Robin. Hopefully Wemby's able to get himself back in here, but it's time to make that change. Let the organization take that second step. I want Becky Hammon. I have wanted her to succeed him since she was on this staff. I don't know if that's going to happen. You got a pretty good dude in place right now, but the timing is right now. You need to make that move.
What makes you want Hammond over the other coaches?
I just think that her basketball acumen, she's proven. I know the WNBA, whatever, she's proven that she's a great X's and O's basketball coach. She's actually very familiar with the Holt family, with everyone in this organization. She's very respected in the NBA as a coach. She's like an innovator in a female coach like that. And I think
you're giving me her credentials. I know her credentials. I'm asking about the other, like, why not the other coaches? Like, so here's my thing about Hammond. Like, I think Becky Hammon is absolutely primed for the job, and she would be fantastic.
I think she'd be great. Yeah.
My only concern with bringing Becky Hammon over is, what does that take away from the WNBA? Like, when she's such a great figure for the young women in the WNBA, why remove her? I mean, I would love to see what she could do for the young men in the NBA, but at what point, to what expense, I think is what I'm asking for the WNBA. Because I would say that the WNBA needs Becky Hammon more than the NBA needs Becky Hammon.
If I'm San Antonio, I don't. I mean,
and that's not me. That's not a take of me saying that Becky Hammon can't hack it into the NBA. I think she's more deserving. She's very much deserving of a head coaching position in the NBA, and I think she would thrive in it. I just think that the WNBA needs Becky Hammon at this point more than the NBA does.
And that would be her decision. But if I'm the Spurs, sure. I mean, no offense, I don't give a shit what the WNBA needs. I need my franchise to go to the next level, to take that next step, and I'm going to try to bring her in here. I'm going to try. I don't care if she's a boy, girl, dog, cat.
100%.
Yeah,
like we talk about motivation a lot, and I think after last year, the WNBA is. I won't say that the WNBA is soaring, but I mean, like I will be watching it again this season because of what happened last season, right? And if you can continue to keep this momentum going with the WNBA and have stalwarts like Becky Hammon in there, guiding these young women to, tremendous success or potential success of where it could go, Who knows what we could be seeing now? Look, people used to joke about the WNBA like 5 years ago. Be like, hey, you want to go see a WNBA game? Now, like we are legitimately talking about, hey, what do you think Clark's going to do? Or she's like some of the damn main prop bets, that are going to be coming up this year. Hey, what's some futures on Caitlin Clark? Or is there going to be a rivalry between her and the rest of the NBA? How many people are going to be trying to dog her this year? Look, man. There's a lot of energy and a lot of hype around the WNBA, man. And I would love to see Becky Hammon continue to be a part of that and continue that to grow.
I think, and this would be what would be so, to now the popularity of the WNBA. Let's say Becky Hammon did go to coach's.
And I'm with Joe K here too, Rodney. Sorry to cut you off, but I thought Becky's shot should have been given to her a long time ago. Like,
I agree.
When Pop was going through his rough times with his wife.
That
was the perfect time to let Becky Hammon show her acumen there.
Yeah, and the thing is, Becky Hammon goes to San Antonio. She's going to have that support of Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili. I mean, all of the Tony Parker. I mean, that were a part of that because she was on that bench, when all that was going on. And I think the other part of it is where it would be so interesting is let's say Becky Hammon does make the jump.
Ball knows ball, Rodney.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why I say I don't care what your race is or heritage or whatever, gender. Thank you. So let's say that she makes that move to San Antonio or any other team and gets them as a viable playoff contender and does whatever. It's going to be they're going to be Becky Hammon and still signify her to the WNBA. But you go to Becky Hammon. Becky Hammon was NBA. I mean, now that we see the WNBA, like you're talking about, I mean, this is Caitlin Clark's thing. And for Caitlin Clark to pass up that opportunity for that 3-point thing, because she wants to do it in her league, that right there that's the ultimate pat on the back, and that's the ultimate WNBA move right there, where it's like this is our product.
Bring more eyes to your league. Like that's
absolutely.
I understand that you're passing up a marketing opportunity, but you're also making your league exclusive. Like I get it. Like
it is. I mean, it really is. I mean, I think that was a tremendous move, and I think it didn't get a lot of the run that it should have, because that was a big balls move by her to say, I ain't doing that. I want my league to thrive. And I did see, we were talking about WNBA in Austin. Looks like the Austin group did not win that. It's going to Cleveland, but I really think that's a reality here. And Wags, I think that the WNBA would do really well in Austin. I think it would be a massive hit in Austin, in my opinion.
Good opinion there. It's a good opinion. All right, I'm trying to go through some of these comments here to see if we have any finalized candidates for our top 5. That's good. CB wants top 5 athletes. I like the top 5 hockey movies. We could also do top 5 basketball movies, considering we're moving into, I guess, the latter portion of the NBA season. And baseball in the event of spring ball coming to light, and then also the Longhorns, the Longhorn baseball team kind of taking to the field very shortly, or very not too long ago in this young campaign. And in light of that, maybe we throw some top 5 baseball movies out there. Baseball movies, I think, would be pretty easy. Hockey, top 5 hockey movies, I think would be more interesting, just because I'd love to hear your top 5 hockey movies.
Yeah, and that's where the top 5, because I've had friends that they're like, hey, why don't y'all do top 5 burger joints? I'm like, but that we don't want to. We got a lot of people that aren't in Austin.
Hey, speaking of top 5 burger joints, is Highland Lanes, is that still open, or did they close Highland Lanes down? I think we've had this conversation before.
I think they got an extension on their lease, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think they got a little kind of like the putt-putt place, to where it just keeps happening.
Dude burger is one of the best burgers, or maybe even the Walter if you're feeling a little bit frisky. The Walter's a pretty damn good burger too, from Highland Lanes. If you guys are out and about and down around that whole Burnett and 183 area there, check that out. Hell, for my money, Dan's and Hayes City store, man, that bacon jam burger from Hayes City store, Troy will tell you about that. Yeah, really really good stuff out there, man. Really good stuff.
Lots of good stuff.
Good show, partner. Anything on any unsaved rounds? Anything
maybe,
that we forgot to mention?
Maybe later in the week, we've got the Underwear Olympics coming up this week with the Combine.
Combine is coming up.
Kind of throw that around. The trade stuff, this Matthew Stafford thing is getting speed of maybe Stafford moving around, so we can kind of touch on some of that. Yeah, in 2 years, all apartments there.
I think the relationship's too good. Well, I say that, but relationships don't really matter when it comes to the bottom dollar in front office. So, to a good front office. So.
That's the thing, and I think Stafford is going to be in the spot once again where if he is moved, that he can do what he did there for the Rams. I mean, I think
Stafford's a top 5 quarterback, right?
Oh, absolutely. In my opinion,
seriously. I mean, like, I know there's a lot of good quarterback names out there, but the talent level, I would say that there's a lot of quarterback scarcity at the moment.
Yeah.
Right.
And
not scarcity, not even disparity.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think Stafford's career, I mean, if you go back and look at it, whenever he's all said and done, I mean, just think of what it could have been had he not spent all that time, with Detroit. And that's where, it's kind of weird where Stafford leaves there and gets a Super Bowl. And then at the other, we're talking about Sam Darnold, Jared Goff had kind of been put out to pasture and he goes to Detroit. And now Detroit's this juggernaut that's kind of on the cusp of being a Super Bowl contender every year. So very, very drastic with those two, with the way that trade went down. So we'll see what happens to Stafford. Shadour's not participating. He wants to work on interviews. He's going to work on interviews.
Yeah, man, get himself right, get himself ready.
He gonna learn how to.
Guys that are already right and ready. Nick and Jordan, what's up, guys? How are we? How was your weekend?
It was great, solid. I was recovering from the flu, but I'm feeling good today, guys.
Great, I had the flu.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. I did binge watch Landman though, because I know you guys like your shows. Landman's incredible. Landman.
How did you feel about the daddy-daughter dynamic at first?
It was a little strange.
It was weird, right?
Whenever they throw that line out on the sideline at Ratliff Stadium in the first episode, you're like, what the hell are we going to get to? But it was a good show. It's a great show.
Entertaining.
Yeah.
What's up, bud? Have you not seen it?
No, I have seen it.
Okay.
It's like a car wreck. I can't stop watching, like it, that show stinks. Like Yellowstone is unrealistic.
So
right?
Jordan, let me ask you.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Yellowstone is unrealistic, right? But at least there's some parts of it where it's like, okay, maybe. Landman, on the other hand, it's like, no way in hell could this happen in real life. And also in Landman, it's just like the dad-daughter thing makes me cringe. So much of the stuff makes me cringe. And it's just like, what the hell is going on? A grown-ass man is renting a house with 2 other dudes and he moves his family in and they just let it happen. I know they're not happy about it, but like, I can't stand that show. I watch it because it's kind of a guilty pleasure. I got to make fun of it, and my girlfriend likes it, but I mean, I do not like it.
What is the most enticing part for your girlfriend? Why does she like it?
No clue.
Sitting with Jordan. Getting to sit with Jordan.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Rod. Should have had that.
So let me ask you this question, Jordan. Does it even feel like it's the same writer from Yellowstone and Landman?
I mean, I don't know about the same writer, but you can tell it's like very similar just off the way it's shot, Like if I had no concept that it was shot by the same people, I think I could guess it pretty quick.
Okay. But, so I think that the writing's a little bit I don't know. I just feel like Landman's writing's lazy. Or it just doesn't.
At times, yeah. It
doesn't really. But you still get the one-liners or the I guess the monologue, the descriptive monologue the descriptive political monologue that Taylor Sheridan loves to write in his dialogue, right? Like that's.
I will say the final line in the season where he's like, "You better run, boy. They kill coyotes around here." I was like, "Hey, that's fire. That was fire. I liked that."
There you go. Good stuff. All right, guys. Nick, are you going to court or something? You're all dressed up. We're all in hoodies.
It's a jacket that looks really
official. Dude. He just got out of the hospital.
Okay, all right. Didn't know if you had a court date or something. All
right. No, not today. Maybe tomorrow.
That's right.
All right, boys. Y'all have a good show, man.
Take care, guys.
All right, we'll see you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. Some things to talk about today. Yeah. No more Landman talk. We won't spoil it, Longhorn Bear. I apologize. I was the one, I think, spoiling stuff. But Before we get into the Terry Joseph stuff, you're in your car. You just did a hit. Was it the ticket or the fan?
It was the fan. Did
The
2
fan.
hours from 8 to 10 here in Dallas. So yeah, now I'm popping on with you fellas in Austin.
Yeah, well, sorry if I asked you the same stuff you were just asked for the last 2 hours, but you're Nick Harris, so we got to ask it. Where even is the headquarters for the fan?
Downtown Dallas.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're paying for where you're parked right now, or
No, I am not. I'm in front of a Starbucks, so we're chilling.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You using that Wi-Fi? You're off the
Yeah.
hotspot.
Oh, I'm using that Starbucks Wi-Fi.
Hey, that's what I was doing in Mississippi a couple weeks ago. But no, immediately, but we'll just start with it. Within the last 20 minutes, news has broke that Terry Joseph leaving the Texas Longhorns to join the New Orleans Saints organization. Not quite sure what his role will be in New Orleans, but I assume it's either corners or safeties.
Defensive passing game coordinator.
Interesting. So do they already have a corner and safeties coach, and it's just basically a third coach? Do you know?
I honestly have no idea. But the defensive passing game coordinator on most NFL staffs plays as the safeties coach. So for what
Got it. Well, with Joseph, on the surface level at least, this makes a ton of sense. Originally from New Orleans, born and raised there, a Louisiana native. Spent a lot of time in Louisiana even after, graduating from high school. Went to Northwestern State where he played baseball. Most people don't know that. He was actually a baseball player and is in the Northwestern State Athletics Hall of Fame. Ended up as a 12th or 13th round pick in the MLB draft. Played in the minors for about 4 years. And then got into football coaching. He's related to Vance Joseph, Mickey Joseph, longtime football coaches, and worked his way up. Been in Notre Dame, Nebraska, Tennessee, Texas A&M before Texas, and was hired to the initial staff with Sarkisian in 2021. Where he's been since was the corners coach, defensive passing game coordinator up until about a week ago. Blake Gideon leaves. Mark Orphe's hired. Originally looks like he'll be, Blake Gideon's replacement at safeties, but they slide Terry Joseph over to safeties, make Mark Orphe the corners coach. So going to be interesting to see what happens with filling Joseph's shoes. I, would assume Orphe will keep his role as the cornerbacks coach, and then it'll be a safeties coach hire. But I do think, Orphe has enough versatility to his portfolio and, him as a coach to where he could potentially be a safeties coach and it would be a corners coach that was hired. So I already see JW Crunch. The Dwayne Aquino stuff is fascinating because half the Texas fan base is like, yes, come on home, man. You had all these Thorpe Award winners. You built up DBU. That was you that did it. And then the other half is like, no, this dude is too old. It's not going to work, So a lot of interesting candidates, that could be in line for the job. Went and looked at the hot board from a few weeks ago whenever Gideon left, but not sure if a name will come off there. But definitely do think Dwayne Aquino will be one that's mentioned. I don't know any guys off the top of your head you think Texas should target.
Tom Herman is unemployed.
Shut up.
I told you I'm gonna mention Tom Herman every show. Nothing off the top of my head, not that I can think of. I'm being serious here. Gary Patterson. How do we feel about Gary Patterson?
Yeah, well, I threw him on the hot board for funsies a few weeks ago, but I don't think there's any way in hell he's going to take it. Yeah, I don't even know if they'd offer it to him or talk to him. He's kind of in the same boat as Aquino, I think, in many Texas fans' eyes, where he's just old. Obviously, Sarkisian isn't going to make a hire based off who the Texas fan base wants. He showed that with Chad Scott, Kenny Baker, a lot of other hires. But I don't know. It will be interesting to see what happens. I think sooner or later, Texas fans are going to start, banging the drum for Corey Raymond, considering a big part of Terry Joseph's, impact on the Texas staff is that he is from the state of Louisiana and has a lot of ties to the state of Louisiana, helped recruit the state of Louisiana. If it wasn't a DB and he wasn't the primary, he was oftentimes, the secondary. Helps a lot with the Arch Manning recruitment, Melvin Hills, a few others. And, they brought on Alan Clark to coach the edge position, who is also from Louisiana. But, it's really hard to get kids out of that state that LSU really wants. And with LSU coaching staff kind of having to win 8 or 9 games this year, at least have a good season in order to keep their jobs, could Corey Raymond be, talked out of leaving LSU? Potentially, not sure.
I think Corey Raymond's the best possible hire there. Like, if you're looking to replace that Louisiana presence, bring in a guy who's developed guys, that's the guy you want.
Yeah, I also just think with I don't think it's realistic, to be honest, that they would hire him. Not saying it's quite like, hypothetically Chris Jackson leaving and everyone being like, oh, let's go get Hartline. But I do think it is kind of close to that. I just don't think it's, too realistic. But We'll see. I mean, this happened like 20, 30 minutes ago. So, in the infancy of what will happen here. But, going to talk a little pro football. Combine's coming up. You've been there before. Last year was your first year or second year?
First year going last year. It'll be my second this year.
Awesome. So kind of, just break down the week for us. When are you planning on getting up there? And, what's it like for an NFL draft prospect, their time in Indianapolis from start to finish?
Yeah, what's up, CB? I'm leaving tonight. My flight's at 9 p.m. I land around midnight. Early in the week, it's more so trying to catch up with executives. So in my case, it'd be Stephen Jones. We'll get Jerry on Friday, so we'll wait until Friday for Jerry. But that's our responsibility as media early in the week. The players, they're doing interviews starting today all the way through the week pretty much, and they stagger when the players are there. So like they stagger them by position group. So the first position group will arrive today, and then the last position group will arrive, I believe, on Thursday. And that's they pretty much end with testing. So whenever you see the testing starting, I believe on Thursday, that's like the last station, quote unquote, that the players have before they head out, and then they stagger them through. And I think offensive line is the last one to go on Sunday. So it's really efficient. They do a really good job in Indianapolis. The NFL does a really good job getting these guys in and out. There's no wasted time really. But it's a busy week. It's a week not only for trying to track down, college guys and see those guys up close and personal, get more evaluation on that stand front. But it's also a lot of whispers you'll hear about free agency coming up. These teams are meeting with agents all throughout the week in Indianapolis. So you look at it from the Cowboys perspective, they're meeting with DeMarcus Lawrence's agent this week. They're trying to get things pinned down with Osa Digizua this week. They're trying to figure out what that number will potentially look like, if they want to go after him or not. There's going to be a lot that comes out of this week. When we talk to Jerry on Friday, we'll have a little bit more clarity about this offseason.
Yeah, no, definitely sounds like a busy week ahead, not just for you, but the Dallas Cowboys. Texas has 14 players that were invited to the Combine, which is, I believe, tied for the second most. I think Georgia had the most with 15. But for yesterday's Horns 24/7 staff roundtable, we did which of the 14 Texas invites has a chance to boost their stock the most with their week in Indianapolis. Where is this? Chip went with Drew Makuba. Eric went with Quinn Ewers. Hank went with Jaden Blue. Turbo went with Matt Golden. And then me, not wanting to overlap, I chose Alfred Collins, or else, I would have chosen Jaden Blue or Matt Golden most likely. But for you, who do you think on this list has a chance to boost their stock the most this upcoming week?
Yeah, those are all good choices. I think you look at Makuba's case, he'd probably be my pick. I think he's got such a wide range right now. But also, don't discount a guy like Isaiah Bond. Like, he's not getting a lot of love in the draft process right now, and I know why. It's not a situation of I'm not sure why. Like, I know why. But I think if he goes out, he lays down a time like I expect him to, has really good drills and tests well, I think he can stamp a second or third round placement. Whereas I think today he probably wouldn't get touched until day 3. Looking at Quinn Ewers, I wonder if he stamps a first-round pick this week. That would be interesting to see. But a lot of these guys, they have an opportunity. Cam Williams, he's being talked about as the Amarius Mims of this class in the sense that he doesn't have a lot of experience, and he's this physical freak, but how much can you trust him at the next level? How much can he actually satisfy teams this week on the field or in interviews? Can he erase some of those concerns? It's very similar to what we talked about with the Marius Mims last year. So that's certainly another guy. Jake Majors, I think, is going to have a great week interviewing and great week on the field. He's going to be such a safe pick on day 3 for whoever takes him. It's just about what team actually realizes that.
Yeah, no, some great points. I do think, when you look up and down this list, like who has the least to prove at this point? Maybe Golden. He'll obviously have to run well on the 40 and test well, but it does seem like, I know reports from media are way different than what NFL front offices seem like, but it does appear as if he's kind of secured a spot late first, early second at least. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, hearing anything on his stock.
Yeah, Golden is a guy I think eventually ends up late first round, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's round 2. A good week this week could definitely stamp him, though. I think he has some stuff to prove because there are some scouts that are like, okay, how does he look up against these other guys, stacked up against these other guys? So, yeah, I think that's an interesting one, too. Jade, I think he's a guy that doesn't have a lot to prove. I think he is where he is, and, man, if I was Jade, I would test, but I wouldn't do a whole lot just because, I know where I'm going to go.
Yeah. No, he's an intriguing DB prospect. I mean, can play literally every position in the secondary and is also north of 200 pounds. I believe, verified 6'1", 6'2" as well. So, unique skill set. Obviously, was the heart and soul of the Texas Longhorns program. Wouldn't even say just this season, but before even that. But a great group. I went with Alfred Collins just because, he was a former 5-star for a reason, a really special athlete, played football, basketball, ran track and field in high school as well, has a shot put rep north of 40 feet, a discus rep north of 120 feet from high school. And he also triple jumped 38.5 as a sophomore. And Alfred I thought Collins? That was –
Alfred Collins?
Yeah, that's what Mile Split said.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So
I really thought he was a 5-star.
Yeah, no, exactly. And, with him, everyone at Texas has kind of always talked about, we love this guy, but, hasn't really put it together yet. And he's kind of always been looked at as a what he could be prospect, I think. He could have declared last year. I do think he would have been selected somewhere in day 3, just based off of everything we've talked about, the uncoachable traits, athleticism, length, all that. But he came back and, had his best year yet, was a consistent starter on the D-line, a consistent force, and, accomplished a fair amount in Austin, played in 63 games, 27 starts. I do think the production and age could be kind of worrying to NFL teams, but, this is a guy who could very well end up with 35, 36-inch plus arms, and he's going to ace all the interviews. It was an academic all-conference 3 or 4 times in his career, was an NHS out of high school, and also has some nice bloodlines. Mom played basketball at Texas, obviously a big reason why he ended up at Texas. But very, very curious to see, what can happen with him. I looked up a few different draft websites to, what is the stock here, and a lot of differing opinions. I see some as early as mid-second and as late as late 5th, 6th. So very curious what could happen with him. But yeah, I don't know. Anything, that's a guy you covered in high school. So do you have any thoughts on him? What could happen this week?
Yeah, I think a team will swing on him on day 2. I think whenever teams finally see his explosion up close and personal, they'll be able to get a really good feel of him. He's going to have a good week. That's a guy I wouldn't be worried about this week at all.
Gosh, sorry. Sending Hank a text. Interesting group. Wanted to ask you, outside of these Texas players, who are some guys you're most excited to see, in Indianapolis this week?
Yeah, the running back position, a lot of those guys, whether it be Genty Run or, some of these guys that are lower on the totem pole. We could talk about Damian Martinez out of Miami. He's a Louisville kid. Kyle Monungai out of Rutgers is another one. Bayshawn Tutel out of Virginia Tech. A lot of these running backs. The defensive tackle position, Darius Alexander out of Toledo. He's a 3-tech who had an awesome week at Senior Bowl, and he's starting to get some first-round love, which is crazy. It would be wild if Toledo had a defender go in the first round back-to-back years, but that might be the reality we live in. I'm excited to see what he does at at the combine. Harold Fannin Jr., a tight end out of Bowling Green. There's a question in the chat: is Helm tight end too after Tyler Warren? No, it's this guy, in my opinion, and Harold Fannin. And then you also have Colston Loveland. That's probably tight end 3 in my book, and then Helm right there at tight end 4 with Jake Briningstool. But I think those guys. I'm excited to see Quinn throw. Again, he has a lot to prove this week for sure. But man, you could run down every position group. I got 2 or 3.
Yeah. This is an interesting one. So CB brings this up. Can Isaiah Bond be flagged medically at the combine? I remember Mike Davis and Deontay Foreman were flagged and couldn't work out. I kind of remember the Deontay Foreman deal a little bit, but I mean, what exactly does that mean for, the medical flag where they hold you out? Like, do you have to fail a physical for that to happen? What triggers that?
Yeah, so one of the stations that they go through, and it's actually right before they talk to the media, they go through NFL regimented physical, basically, and they do everything. They look at everything. Like if last year, for example, Kool-Aid McKinstry, they found that he had like a micro fracture on the top of his foot. I mean, it was so small, and he couldn't work out because of it. So, I mean, anything could happen to anybody that they don't know about. Like Kool-Aid had no idea. He was like, yeah, I was completely fine. I didn't know I had a fracture on my foot, but I guess I do. So, could Bond be flagged? Maybe, but if it's for a pre-existing issue that he already knows about, and he's showing up with the intent to work out, then he will work out unless they find something in that physical that they did not previously know. So 9 times out of 10, it's up to the kid and his agent being like, hey, you got this thing. Do you want to continue to work out? And then in Kool-Aid McKinstry's case, it's like, you probably shouldn't work out with this. And so that's how that went down.
Got it. And CB with another good one says, who runs faster, Jaden Blue or Isaiah Bond? Obviously Isaiah Bond always been looked at as a speedster. Probably if I had to bet money on this, probably put it on him. Jaden Blue had multiple sub-11 times in high school, and a guy you also covered in high school, hopped a few fences for, I think, to see in training sessions or whatnot. But what do you see happening with these two guys as 40 times?
Yeah, hopped a few fences because during COVID, it was like, yeah, let's go watch a backyard football game at a high school stadium that's been closed down for 3 months. So, yeah, Jaden Blue would always organize those during COVID. So, shout out to Jaden. It'd be Bond. It'd be Bond if he was healthy for sure.
Yeah, no, I figured. Very curious if any Texas players will sit out the 40 or something like that and be like, hey, I'll do it at Pro Day, But
Quinn, he's like, hey, yeah, you got to come to Austin to see me run this 4.3.
Yeah, that would be funny. CB, another one, going deep in the bag again today. Says, why does it seem like Kelvin Banks' stock is falling? From my casual perspective, obviously, you're much more in tune with what's going on in NFL draft circles. But from my POV, it seems that his stock is falling because of, the size in terms of projecting to the offensive tackle spot. Seems to be, there's a lot of buzz that the NFL views him as a guard. I'm sure that differs with each organization. But, I guess just go a little more in depth. Why does it seem like Kelvin Banks' stock is falling?
There's a few things going on here. One, no one in their goddamn mind knows who exactly is offensive lineman 1, and every team has a different perspective on it. So it's like, while it may seem that Banks is falling, it's really just that more teams are starting to throw more perspective into the fold. Whereas when we were looking at draft mocks in November, December, even going back to preseason, that's mostly media scouts talking and maybe some regional scouts talking to media scouts. Now we're getting to the point where like scouting departments are really getting in the weeds of this. Position coaches are getting involved. Head coaches are getting involved. Outside executives are getting involved. And I agree, Jake. I think this is a classic overthinking. I think there is a fatigue that is probably starting to set in with not only Kelvin Banks, but also Will Campbell. These are two guys that are going to be first rounders. They're going to go top 20, and they're going to land in a good spot. I think in Banks' case, the only couple of knocks that I've heard against him are – there was one scout that said he didn't feel like he was aggressive enough. I disagree, but it was what was told to me. And another instance of him just, like you mentioned, he's a tweener, and they don't really know where exactly he's going to line up whenever he does get to the NFL, whether that's at tackle or guard.
Yeah, very curious to see what his arm length checks in at. Because I mean, hey, if it's 34 plus, could be enough to convince a team to keep him on the perimeter long term. With Kelvin Banks and Will Campbell, you brought up. No one really knows who the number one guy is, but it seems pretty consensus that everyone either has Banks or Campbell as their number one guy.
No, not the case. Armand Membu out of Missouri is getting a lot of love. Gray Zabel out of North Dakota State is starting to get a lot of love. Josh Connerly out of Oregon has gotten a lot of love, especially since the Senior Bowl. It's a scatter shoot. No one knows. That's what I mean. Like that's part of Banks' ordeal is that everyone has a different opinion on OT1 right now, or just OL1 in general.
Yeah, good point. All right, let's say we have a gun to your head, and I know the combine is going to decide, some of what happens. We have a gun to your head. You have to guess the first 3 offensive linemen selected, and in the correct order. Who's 1, 2, and 3?
See, I've been waiting to see Membu in person until combine before I go back and do another evaluation on him, because I did my evaluation on him during the season. And I had him as a second-round guy, and this is why I need to go back and look at him, but I wanted to wait until after combine specifically. This would be better to ask me next week, but in the spirit of doing it now, I'll go Membu, Banks, Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Membu, Banks, Campbell. All right, lock it in. We'll see what happens, at the end of April. Some other news that came out yesterday. Shadur Sanders not going to throw at the combine. Is he doing anything besides interviews? Is he going to test or anything?
No, I don't think this should be a surprise to anybody, really. This was always the plan for him. I think Cam Ward is next, so I'm not worried about that.
You think Cam Ward will announce he's only doing interviews soon?
Correct, yeah. I think he's going to be the next one.
Got it. Any guys outside of those 2 in this draft class you could see doing that, sitting out testing competition?
I could see Genty having the case of doing that, but knowing Genty, I don't think he will. He's a competitor. He'll show up and do it. Abdul Carter, he gains nothing out of doing that. And maybe Mason Graham. But and Travis Hunter. And aside from that, like I don't see why anybody else would want to.
Yeah. I'm very, very curious what Travis Hunter's going to weigh in at. And the height too, because in high school, he would not go to Under Armour camps, and he would not go to the National Combine or other places where verified measurements are recorded. And the 24/7 sports scouting team really had to dig and pull that out of college programs that got measurements from him when they hosted him on visits. So, and I do not think whatever Colorado's listing him at is accurate. So very curious. I'm not even sure. I'll pull it up, but I don't think it's accurate based off just what he looks like and kind of how he dodged the verified measurements in high school. Let's see. On the official Colorado website, he is listed at 6'1", 185.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
That's what I'm saying. So with him, pretty curious what happens. I obviously think, he's a lock for top 5, but excited to see the reaction on Twitter. Twitter always, a great place for some comedic relief. I remember everyone having some funny stuff about Bryce Young the other year, especially when they showed him like wearing those platform shoes or whatever at the podium. That was hilarious, but I don't know. And I do think David Keith Williams makes a great point. I think it's worth bringing up. We have some, or at least I had probably some burnt orange sunglasses on it with my view of things. But I mean, Banks at least had the best college career, you could say, out of the O-line class. I mean, I know he's one of the highest graded players in college football history, according to PFF. Yeah. I believe was the highest graded college football player by PFF this year. So, keep saying it, but going to be very interesting to see how this shakes out. Earlier, we were talking about Jaden Blue, Alfred Collins, a few other cats you covered in high school. What's that group of guys there in Indy this weekend? Who did you cover in high school that you're excited to see again for the first time in a long time?
Ted McMillan. I covered Ted whenever he was flirting with Texas. Had it not been during COVID, he would have taken an OV to Texas. If I remember correctly, Texas finished like third for him, and it was a close third. It wasn't like a 1, 2, 3. It was a 1, 2, 3.
I do not remember that. Who else is in it besides Arizona?
USC was 2, Texas 3, or excuse me, Oregon 2, Texas 3. USC was still figuring out what the hell they were doing. But it was a surprise that he picked Arizona over Oregon. But I think nobody took Arizona as seriously as they should have in that whole recruitment, because it felt like it was an Oregon-Texas race for the longest, but ended up being Arizona instead. But yeah, excited to see Tet, really good kid, and had a blast covering him. Ollie Gordon, I caught up with him at Senior Bowl, but it's going to be fun to see him again. He's always a blast to catch up with. I didn't cover Walter Nolan, but just to see Walter Nolan up in person again after seeing him up in person at All-American Bowl, or excuse me, at he did Under Armour, wherever the hell I saw him.
You saw him at the Senior Bowl, didn't you?
I did, but he did not participate at Senior Bowl. I think, gosh, who else? There's a lot of them in this class. Quinn, definitely excited to see him again. I doubt he remembers me, honestly, to be honest. It's been so long. Jalen Milroe, I saw him at Senior Bowl, catch up with him again. Damian Martinez out of Miami, it'll be fun to catch up with him again. Jade was one of my guys. So, yeah, there's a lot in this class. Alfred Collins, there's a lot of them in this class.
Yeah. Real quick, I didn't even have this plan, but give us the rundown of Jade's recruitment, because, obviously, like I said, was the Thorpe Award winner this year, one of Texas' top players. But he had a very unorthodox path to getting to Texas. He signed with Texas way after even the February signing period. So
he never signed with Texas. He never signed with Texas technically, because he had.
Don't you still have to sign some form of paperwork?
I mean, yeah, but you can only sign one letter of intent, and he signed that to Baylor. So he signed to Baylor in, this would have been December of 2020. No, December of 19, because he was class of 20. Mm-hmm. And it was right after COVID had hit, because I remember I was already back in Dallas. And gosh, I'm trying to communicate this correctly. We had gotten a phone call about how Jade might be interested in getting out of his letter and going to Texas. I had a really good relationship with Jade, so I hit up Jade. I was like, hey, what's this about? He's like, yeah, we're just trying to make sure we can do it. And so he put in his request to be dropped by Baylor. They did. And then it wasn't soon after that he committed to Texas. But there was some loopholes that they had to go through. There was some things that they had to jump around, but it took some maneuvering. But there was I don't think Texas knew that Jade even had interest in them until it was communicated to them. I'll put it that way. And that just goes to show that previous staff just kind of having their head up their ass sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of the time. But yeah, they had no idea Jade would be even interested. And then whenever these guys hop out of their letter of intent, or I guess it doesn't really happen that much anymore because NIL agreements are so placed in stone. But when that happened, 9 times out of 10, those colleges were talking to them illegally. It happens. But this was a case really where Texas didn't really know. And then once they figured out that he did have interest, they were like, oh, what can we do about it? And then Jade got out of his letter, and then that's kind of how it all came together. But I'll just say the media played a role there.
Yeah. The media is
the
how you're looking at.
The media also played a role in Xavier Worthy, so the media played.
You want to tell us about that one, or maybe another?
That's
day?
not my story to share. That's not my story.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll save it for when we have that guy on here. But with Jade, another thing I think is interesting, I ended up finding out it was actually a TCU commit at one point before he committed to Baylor. And, like you said, a big part of him getting out of Baylor's, paperwork was because Matt Rule and that staff had left for Carolina. But the flip to Baylor happened, and I think I've told this story, but was committed to TCU, Gary Patterson, visits Baylor. He does not tell TCU ahead of time. They find out while he's still on the visit, and if I'm not mistaken, he was on the visit with I think Devin Lemire, or it was someone else from the Austin area that he was friends with that had offers from both schools. And Gary Patterson calls him.
Dejon Harrison was on that trip.
Dejon Harrison, that it might have been him. But Gary Patterson calls Jade and cusses him out, motherfucks him, for not telling him about that, for visiting Baylor, their arch rival and everything. And is so, upset and says so many things that, end up upsetting Jade that he says, screw it. And he flipped to Baylor on the visit after hanging up. Gary Patterson ended up on the Texas staff and was working with the secondary. So I always, whenever they hired Gary Patterson to the staff as a special assistant role, I'm like, how is this going to happen with Jade and him? Are they just going to not talk if they're in an elevator together? Like, what's going on here? So I thought that was interesting with him. But David Keith Williams brings up a good point. Like I said earlier, I had no idea Texas was even really in it for Tortora McMillan. But is this true? David Keith Williams commented, I thought there was some opinion that Tet McMillan might actually try to play volleyball in college.
Yeah, there was a thought that he might try to do both. He was either number 1 or number 2 volleyball player in the country in his class. Male volleyball player. He was incredible. There was some thought that he was going to try to play both, and there is still apparently a thought that he could try to do it in the Olympics, but he's completely focused on football, obviously, and that's what he did out of high school too. But yeah, the volleyball stuff was certainly there with Ted McMillan. It made a fascinating evaluation for him, factoring in the volleyball.
Yeah, no. Very interesting. Always love, a lot of the Polynesian prospects that come from the West Coast usually has some form, or fashion with a volleyball background. There's a kid Texas is currently recruiting named Sam Utu, who's an IOL prospect out west. And he's like 6'4", 280, and this kid plays volleyball. And there's photos of him, like spiking the ball, and like his knees are at the bottom of the net. And it's just like, holy crap. Like,
what school's he at?
I think Orange Lutheran.
Okay.
He's at one of the, prospect factories that recruits kids out of middle school or after their freshman year. So he might not actually be from there, not quite sure. But he actually has an official visit booked with Texas. So we'll see, what they can do there. I think maybe SMU and Bama are the other OVs on the list. Kind of an interesting recruitment thus far. But yeah. And Jake Bailey said T-Mac getting picked at 12 would feed millions. There's no way in hell he lasts that far, right?
He could. He certainly could. There's the top 10 is starting to get a little bit more convoluted now, whereas like a month ago it was like, who the hell are we going to pick in the top 10? Now I think there's kind of a more consensus idea of the guys that will land in the top 10, and Tet McMillan isn't one of those guys. So could he go top 10? Absolutely. But there's questions about his playmaking ability outside of just being like a true X guy, a true 50-50 guy. I don't have those questions, but those questions do exist. And the conversation of if he was in last year's draft class, where would he get picked? He would probably get picked early in the second round. And that idea has been thrown around to so many teams. It's like, okay, then why are we spending a top 15 pick on him now? Whereas you're not taking into context that last year's class was generationally special, where like Brian Thomas Jr. would probably go like 4 overall in this class. So it's tough to compare apples to oranges in that sense.
Yeah. So do you view him as, I assume, wide receiver 2 after Travis Hunter, or do you even view Travis Hunter as a receiver or corner? Like,
I have Travis.
If you had to pick one, you'd pick corner.
I have Travis on my corner board. I think it's going to be a situation where he plays corner. He's drafted as a corner, but he plays 15 to 20, 25 snaps at receiver until his body just says no more. I can't do that. So I think early on he will play both, but I think long term it's probably corner for Travis. So my receivers, I don't rank until after combine, but if I had to right now, I would probably go. I'm just such a big Burden guy. I'd go Burden, T-Mac, Golden, and just kind of roll with it from there.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, David Keith Williams is another great point. Jathorpe Barron, I should say, was most definitely a gem from the 2020 recruiting class. Even though he's from Austin, was an under-the-radar recruit. Actually was a 4-star. I think might have been in the top.
I was going to say, I do want to argue one point. I do want to argue one point. I think he was like a top 120 guy on 247.
Yeah.
Shout out to the evaluation there from the 247 guys. They did a good job on him. But yeah, for the large sense, he was under the radar because he didn't have the Alabamas or the Ohio States or anybody like that breathing down his neck. So I agree with you on that sense.
Yeah, he's also, played at one of the worst programs in Austin. I mean, he was on varsity 3 or 4 seasons, and I think he won 5 games. And it never went to the playoffs and won 5 games in the 4 he totally played at the high school level. Also, got to remember, it's hard to think about it now because of how the world has become, but man, COVID completely screwed up recruiting for so many guys. And I do think that is also part of why, the Bamas or other big time, name programs weren't after him as well. But
he was signed by the time COVID hit. He was wrapped up and done. So
not bad then.
I wouldn't blame COVID on that, but his whole senior year, he was begging me to come out to a game to film a video for him, because I had done a video for Dejon Harrison when he was at Hutto, and Jade was like, please come out and do like a highlight tape for me. And I'm like, okay. So I picked the last game because it was on a Thursday night. They were playing, I don't even remember. They were playing Georgetown, and it was at Georgetown, and it was pouring down rain. And I was trying to just get one clip of him doing something, but they weren't throwing at him. And on offense, nobody could get him the ball, and it was pouring down rain, so you couldn't really even see anyway. So I went up at halftime to like clean up my camera and whatever. And as I'm coming back down, he houses the kickoff to start the third quarter, and it's the only time he touches the ball the whole game. And after the game, he catches up with me. He's like, I mean, you got the kickoff, right? And I was like, no, I didn't get the kickoff.
That's the worst.
It was awful, but yeah, that was my story of trying to film a highlight video for Jade. I think I still tried to do something, and I used like the Huddle clip, but it was so ass. It was so bad.
Yeah, I've 1000% been there where I pull up to a game and they're just not getting the kid the ball that I need to see, and then when they finally do, I'm talking to someone else or I didn't get it on video. So definitely been there. One thing I've been thinking about that is interesting, I was wrong about talking about, COVID having an effect on Jade's recruitment, considering he was in the 2020 cycle. But the youngest, I should say, recruiting cycle eligible for the draft this year is the 2022 class. So the COVID year would have been spring of these guys' sophomore years, their junior seasons. Obviously, there were still some lingering effects going into 2021 because of the pandemic, but you pull up these rankings. These are the composite rankings. Some of these guys they're still going to hit on, Travis Hunter, Walter Nolan, Luther Burden. But, some of these dudes coming back for another year, and just a very interesting group to look at because COVID, it shut down the whole world and made it really hard to evaluate these guys, especially in person. But, do you have any thoughts looking back at some of these rankings and just being like, wow, I really thought he'd be in this draft, or it surprises me that he actually made it to this draft, anything like that?
Yeah, this is honestly a pretty good job by the rankings council at 247. I'm looking at some of these names. Zach Rice, I remember him thinking he was going to be better than what he's turned out for sure. Keep rolling there. Jahad Campbell, that's another one. Wigman. Denver Harris, that's got to be the one here, and Chris Marshall. All these A&M guys, they just whiffed on all of them. That's tough. Because you look at all the 5-stars that we've gone through here, and you could probably only pick out like 6 or 7 where it's like, yeah, he didn't do shit. And I think probably 4 of them were Aggies. That's rough.
Man, the 22 class is ridiculous to look back on. I think Texas signed like 28 guys. They have 9 coming back for year 4. A&M signed like 29, and I think they have like only 5 of those guys left in the program. It's something crazy. Ridiculous.
That's crazy. Aaron Anderson, I thought was going to be the truth, and still has a case to be, but that's
Keontae Goodwin's a funny one.
Yeah, I don't know. I never understood the hype there.
Yeah.
Where was Jacoby Matthews now? Did he ever land anywhere?
No, he's in portal purgatory. I'm almost positive.
But
both of us were around and heard what that kid was getting up to in high school. Is it surprising at all?
Yeah, it's surprising that he's not at a school, period. That's crazy. Jacoby Matthews, he was awesome in high school. He was awesome.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the player. The player always checked the boxes. I'm talking about between the years.
I'm aware. Okay.
But
still, the fact that he couldn't land at Grambling or something, that's wild to me.
Man, I thought Raleek Brown was the truth.
Yeah, same.
Kind of surprised by him. Bear Alexander on here.
Speaking of portal, he's portal god. There's
Yeah,
Todd McMillan.
he is.
Xavier Nwangpa.
I thought he was going to be the truth. I saw Kevin Coleman at All American and was like, this dude's a 4-star.
Yeah, I never understood the hype there. Same with Shaz Preston. I never understood the hype there.
Yeah.
Texas was in on Shaz. They almost got him.
I don't even remember that. Mario Bohr.
Oh, my gosh. Cam Dewberry, I didn't think he'd be a 3-year guy, but I figured he'd be much better than what he ended up being. Same with PJ Williams. He just never grew into his body.
Yeah, well, he also got caught with like 20 pounds of weed in his car at A&M.
I forgot about
something like that.
PJ Williams.
Now, I think he started at SMU this year. I don't know. He might not have, but I know he's at SMU.
CJ Williams, he's at Wisconsin now. It just not really panned out.
Yeah, not at all. Bryce Anderson has had, I always say it, a Caden Stearns career arc where he's just somehow gotten worse every year.
Yeah, he's still going to end up like day 2 or day 3 next year, though.
Yeah. Julian Humphrey.
Didn't he transfer to A&M?
Yeah, he's at A&M. They're paying him big time.
Terrence Brooks.
Some of these are good.
Oh, Kendrick Law. That was one that me and Mike Roach loved.
Yeah, hey, he's at Kentucky now catching passes from Zach Alzada.
Wow.
Some interesting stuff going on there. I don't know if anyone's seen that on Twitter. Malik Stilla. I saw that kid in high school and was like, no way.
He's one of the softest kids I've ever seen play.
Dude, Katie had so many softies on that team. Him and Bobby Taylor were like their leaders.
Yeah.
If Bobby Taylor, A&M pushed him into the portal. He's like, this wasn't my choice. Put that out on social media. And then like the next day it posted he was coming back to A&M. And then like 2 weeks after that, he announced, no longer playing football. Just going to be a regular student. So a very interesting career arc for him. He did help a lot with assembling that 2022 class, obviously. A&M's NIL collective did as well, but was a big-time peer recruiter for them. So curious if he ever, I don't know, maybe follows like a Rashad Samples type arc where it goes from player to recruiter to coach. We'll see. But
the Oklahoma – I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish
I would say JW Crunch, Cam Dewberry transferred to Alabama and is expected to be one of their starting guards this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, he left A&M in the winter. They lost TJ Shanahan, and those two rotated at guard for the same spot pretty much this year. And TJ Shanahan's now at Penn State.
Gavin Sawchuk, the Oklahoma market had people believing he was the next Christian McCaffrey. Like oh my God.
He's at the same high school. Wasn't McCaffrey a Valor Christian guy?
Yeah, he was. Jaleel Skinner, man, I thought he was going to be the truth.
Texas was close to flipping him a few times.
I could tell this story. Why not? When I was at Polynesian Bowl, and this would have been in 2022, it was right after the we just got a baller comment.
We'll get into it. We'll get into
that, Nathan. Oh man, I completely threw my entire train of thought off. At Polynesian Bowl in 2022, Jaleel Skinner after the game, it was like after the game, like they have like kids on the field and people are taking pictures or whatever, and it's Jaleel Skinner at another player. I won't mention his name. And they're talking back and forth, and Jaleel's like, all right, so when are we gonna get back and smoke? And I just thought that was the funniest thing. I was like, man, Jaleel Skinner was not in Hawaii. His body was. His mind was not.
Hey, well, the NCAA doesn't test for THC anymore. Neither does the NFL. So
okay, then it was Harold Perkins. It was Harold Perkins and Jaleel Skinner.
Yeah. Jamon Tapp, GOAT.
Man.
Yellow Rose, GOAT. LSU spring game, GOAT.
One of my favorites of all time. There will never be another Jamon Tapp in my eyes. That kid's the GOAT.
Yeah, he is. He was
so boosted though.
He went to Arizona State and then transferred again. Where are you at now?
He's a Southern Miss. Yeah, Southern Miss.
There you go. Yeah, and for those who don't know what I'm talking about, he silently committed to Texas on his official visit while in a strip club. It might have been on an unofficial. I don't remember.
That was his OV. It was his OV.
Okay. And then the LSU spring game, he got kicked out of it because he was fighting other kids in the visitor section. So, yeah. And also a classic tweet. I don't know what a crystal ball is, but Austin, Texas is a place to be.
Yep.
So we're going down memory lane today. Emory Jones here at 110.
Speaking of trash.
Emory. Oh, wait. Who's the other LSU tackle that's in this draft?
Will Campbell?
No. Besides him,
Are you maybe thinking of Zaylan's Hurd because he's now at Tennessee?
Is Emory Jones not in this draft? Am I confusing him?
He's in this draft.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Justice Finkley. That was an interesting one. He's now at
Oh, man. Texas fans thought Sark was God that day.
Yeah, they did. Hey, BJ Allen.
BJ Allen, that's crazy. Yeah. We thought he was going to be awesome. Or at least I did. I thought he was going to be awesome.
Yeah. Oh, here's Hero Canoe. He just transferred to Texas. Brennan Thompson right next to Caleb Burton. You couldn't have done that any better.
Yeah, that is pretty great. Talk about that. I think Brennan will still get drafted next year. I think he goes 6th or 7th round. Watch. And that Levy system, that's perfect for him. He will be just fine.
We'll see about that. I'm going against the grain on that. I do not think he's a draftable kid after next year. Marion Hampton, 134. That one will hit. Isaiah Satania, stock down. What else we got on here? A lot of fun ones. But we'll talk down the recruiting rankings for a sec. Yes, we did talk about the Terry Joseph to the New Orleans Saints at the top of the hour. I honestly didn't, have a ton to say super early. So, hopefully Will Turboff and I will have some names to talk about tomorrow. So Nathan, he said TJ Shanahan was the craziest 5-star on one site. I want to make it very clear. 24/7 Sports, who I work for, had him as a 3-star.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
No. Hey, let me finish.
Don't point at me.
The Rivals national analyst in charge of the region at the time is the other guy, Nick Harris. So tell us, Nick, what happened with this 5-star with Rivals? At one point, I think he was also like y'all's number 3 player.
No, it never got that crazy.
He was top 10.
He was like 8 when I first started there. So when I arrived to Rivals, TJ Shanahan was the number 1 player in Texas, and he was like the number 8 overall, number 2 offensive lineman, something crazy like that. And it stems from this one guy at Rivals who saw him at a camp when he was like a freshman and thought he was awesome. And he had one of the best Rivals camps performances ever as a freshman. And exactly. That's exactly what I said. I was like, cool. I've seen him play in person like 10 times and he stinks. Like he's awful. I don't think he's a good player. And I just never got hurt. I never got hurt on that one. I was always overvoted. And eventually, finally, he went to the Under Armour All-American game as a senior. And he was awful once again in Orlando. And I finally was able to talk them out of at least taking the 5-star off. And he ended up being like a really, really high 4-star. I think he finished like 38 or 40 overall in 2020.
Finished 39, the number 1 IOL. ESPN had him 131, and then 24/7 and On 3 had him as unranked 4 stars. He was a 3-star for the majority of the cycle for 24/7.
So bad.
But they finished him as an unranked 4-star.
Yeah, but I fought that fight every day. You just opened up a can of worms, Nathan. I fought that fight every single day.
Yeah, the main thing with him, he was like 6'3", 6'3.5", 6'4", I think 280, 290, 300, somewhere around there. But he had T-Rex arms. He had like 32-inch arms, and he had a negative wingspan. And he's like one of 4 players I've ever covered in high school that has a negative wingspan. And he is an O-lineman with a negative wingspan. So I always thought it was hilarious that even knowing that fact, Rivals was still like, nah, 5-star, first.
Well, they didn't know that fact. I'm not going to get into that. Never mind.
Oh, there you go. So with him, now at Penn State, transferred there. I think ended up starting a handful of games at A&M. Didn't really play till this year, but he will have, I think, 2 seasons of eligibility left, maybe. Not sure. And he has 2 or 3 because he was in the 2023 cycle. He wasn't in 2022. Yeah, no, it's thank you, JW Crunch. We're gonna push this agenda back on Mr. Harris. You're just too biased because you're like the only person who ever drove up to China and the Panhandle and went and saw him at Spearman.
You're probably right.
Yeah, I remember. I have a pretty good memory, but I remember really strange stuff. I remember you had a tweet where you screenshotted. I think it was Bonnie's Instagram story, Bonnie Thompson.
Okay.
And it was Sark and Andre Coleman walking on the field at Spearman with Brennan Thompson.
Yep.
And the tweet
you could see Sark. You could see Sark like doing like this. It's because that entire town stinks. It's because it's the Panhandle and it all smells like cow manure. He was not used to it. You got to be from there to be used to it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Yeah, no, Jose or David Keith Williams is right. Damani Jackson, one of those guys that, coming back had a lot of hype, but he's made a transfer and hasn't really lived up to the hype. Jose with an interesting one.
Hold on. If I could,
go ahead.
Whatever knocked Damani off of that number one pedestal, why he ended up getting knocked off, he went up against Evan Stewart at a 7-on-7 tournament. This would have been Evan's sophomore year. And Evan absolutely destroyed him. And it was here in Dallas and Carrollton. And everybody walked away that day and was like, Evan is extremely good. Damani is not what we thought he was. So that's how that ended up playing out.
Yeah, Evan Stewart's also like, greatest 7-on-7 player of all time, or at least up there. And yeah JW Crunch, the thing with Shanahan, I was pretty tight with him in high school because I was over at Westlake all the time. I lived 20 minutes away. And every single time I saw him, he'd be like, yo, what's up with your boy Nick? Why can't I be the number 2 player in the country or number 1? And I'd be like, bro, they have you at 8. What are you talking about? And then I got hired with 24/7 part-time. He's like, man, they need to stop holding me on a 3-star. And I'm like, man, I'm on it. Trust me. So, very interesting career arc for him. But Jose says, Jordan, out of curiosity, do high schools pay players like an NIL deal to go to their high school? I'm sure only the bigger schools of the bankroll booster club. So I'm not going to name high schools for obvious reasons, but please don't do that. I have only heard of a few kids that have actually been paid from a high school, but I've heard of several that have been put into apartments or like rental houses that are in that house's school zone, so that if the UIL were ever to do a home check, they're actually there and it's not just a fake address, because the UIL will actually do home checks sometimes. And that's actually, a lot of people don't know this. Drew Makuba was originally at now Northeast Early College, but it was Reagan High School back then. Was there his freshman year, ended up transferring to LBJ, went into the portal. And at the time, I don't think LBJ there was something where they didn't have like the early college status yet, or they weren't. Basically, to go to LBJ at that time, you had to live in the school zone, where now you could live in Lake Travis and drive to LBJ every day, and it'd be fine because they offer certain courses to where you don't have to live in the school zone. But at the time, those were the rules. And LBJ was using a fake address, and Reagan got so pissed because they're like, hey, this future NFL player just left our school after 1 year after being a freshman varsity starter. And they called UIL. They did a home check. Drew Makuba did not live there, and he sat out his sophomore year. He was going to play JV ball, but it would have been unfair, and he wouldn't have, gotten any better from it. So he basically just practiced with varsity and didn't play any football as a sophomore.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's how it happened. But Jose, long story short, to answer your question, yes, I have heard a few instances where kids will get paid, but most of the time, if there's some backwards deal going on, it's, housing or a fake address, something like that.
There are some states where
it happens in basketball a lot, though. Like kids will pay those basketball kids to come to their school.
Yeah, and Duncanville has been exposed for that. So like we can definitely
we can talk about that.
But there are states that allow high schools to distribute NIL money. And allow kids to, have in-town sponsorships, advertisements. I know Louisiana is one of the states that allows it, but Louisiana's high school governing body is so bad that they don't even know how to do it. So kids just stay away from it mostly in Louisiana. I'm trying to think there's some other states. I think Georgia is another one. But there's a few. There's a handful. There's a handful of states that allow it.
Yeah. Well, I have 2 more questions for you. Trying to find this. Who asked it? Nathan asked it. A very good question. It says, how much can high school issues hurt you in these draft interviews for Blue? Not sure how far back they go. I'll probably wait till after the draft to tell y'all why Jaden Blue didn't play his senior year. He did not sit out. Same thing with Evan Stewart. He did not sit out.
We can tell that now.
I don't know, dude.
Okay. Yeah, we do need more time. You're right. We do need more time.
We'll wait till they're drafted, so that if their stock falls or something happens, Texas fans can't be like, oh, it's their fault, But it is a great question. So, Nick, tell us, how much do high school issues matter? Because these teams do their due diligence, the research, all of it.
100% they do their due diligence. Unless it is legal related, high school issues don't really affect kids. If it's like hey, this kid was kind of an ass when he was in high school, then 9 times out of 10, that kid is also an ass in college, or they figured it out and they got right, So they care more about the character sheet from college rather than high school. But it makes sense why, we know about these things, because colleges obviously recruit from the high school ranks, so they can only take that knowledge into that process. But as far as once we get to the draft, unless it's legal related, you won't see anything from high school really get brought up like that.
Yeah. Last question. This was when I had my Playing Tom Herman reference. So you listen Friday's show. You're doing Brian Schottenheimer's having a beat reporter lunch or luncheon, whatever, where he meets with the Cowboys beat. Whenever you told me that, I immediately thought of the pizza party that Tom Herman threw for the Texas media market. I hope it'll be a different experience, for you than it was for people at that pizza party. But tell us, what are these lunches like? Because I know you've done them with McCarthy in the past, and I think each NFL organization also does it with their media, right?
No. It's discretionary. The Cowboys do it. The Cowboys PR does a good job of building a relationship with us and the coaching staff, and obviously with it being a new head coach, even though we're all already familiar with him, it's an opportunity to kind of sit down and just talk to him off the record for like an hour and a half, however long he wants to go. And Shotty likes to talk, so we're hoping it's 2 hours. But last year we did it with McCarthy. McCarthy didn't go to Combine, so we did it in Dallas before they left for Combine. Yeah, and it's a good time. You can really just kind of chop it up with them off the record. I mean, there's some stuff that they won't answer and they'll tell you, but if you're looking for context for a situation and you're like, what really happened here, then sometimes you can get it, because they people will be more inclined in those type of environments to say things if they're not being quoted than they would in other places. So like when it comes out 2 months later, I don't know, I'm just theorizing here, Jerry Jones forced Ezekiel Elliott on the Cowboys, then it doesn't come from, hey, Brian Schottenheimer said, or, whatever. So it's, but it's not even really messy sometimes. Like it could also be like, hey, Brian, your offensive guys have talked about wanting to, put an emphasis on running the football. Do you really think that's going to happen? And he's like, yeah, we're going to plan on running the football, I don't know, 25 times a game. I'm just, again, theorizing here. Then we could take that context and we could be like, hey, you can expect the Cowboys to run the damn football this year. Like that there's an emphasis on it. And it just kind of helps give us a little bit more credence at the end of the day about, what the hell we're talking about. Because to be honest with you, sometimes we don't know what the hell we're talking about. So,
yeah, well, so what, you're going to walk in, hey man, thanks for the pizza. It's great. Who are you taking at 12?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Good stuff here. So what free agent are y'all going to sign?
Yeah. Give us the draft board. Who are the top receiver targets? But anyways, we're going to wrap it up and get on out of here. Everyone listening, David Keith Williams, JW Crunch, Jose, Jake Bayless, Nathan, CB, Bolt 318, Coach Top, all you. Appreciate y'all listening.
Thank you.
We're going to end the stream, but encourage you to get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. The SEC Unfiltered crew is doing a basketball weekend recap. And they're also talking about Texas's pretty disappointing loss to South Carolina. So that'll be rolling 11-2. Again, go check it out on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. And then back at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be on the live stream, wherever you get your live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you name it. And, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks.